Steven? No. I'm Hitler.
I'm Hitler.
I'm Hitler.
I'm Hitler.
No, I'm Hitler. I'm Hitler. I am Hitler.
I'm Hitler.
I'm Hitler. I'm Hitler.
I am.
Yeah, I'm Hitler.
Nobody's more Hitler than...
The ASTROLABE.
Time to end this suffering. I need a minute to myself. So I drift away. You will never get to me. What can't be done, I'll do myself. So
We're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're gonna win more.
Hottest fucking thing a guy can do is make a little noise. Okay, let out a little.
Hold on. Clear hot.
the Warthog. I love him.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the ASTROLABE. We are here to bring you white pills, hopefully, to entertain you, to moralize you. Is that a word? What's the opposite of demoralize? You have like a demoralization op? Is it a moralization op? That doesn't seem right. I associate moralizing with something that's kind of insufferable. Remoralization. There we go. I like that. Remoralization. That's right. Remigration and remoralization. That's what we've got. That's what we've got in 2026. Thank you, Mr. President, for remoralizing us, for bringing morals to us once again. We pathetic few. We groveled in the mud. We were a bunch of savages, a bunch of lunatic savages, everyone at each other's throats. We didn't know how to win until our great Lord and Savior, Donald Trump, the great God Emperor himself, descended the golden elevator and, and shown his great wisdom and kindness upon us. And now, I know how to win. A gentleman known as Donald J. Trump. That's right, Life Support Unplugger. As you all know, have you guys chanted your mantra yet today? You know the cult meeting is tomorrow evening. King Pill Discord, voice chat. Probably about, 8 p.m. Central Time. You show up at the cult meeting, and we will be demanding that you prove you have been chanting your mantra. I need more. Give me more, Mr. President. More winning. You've taught me how. You've taught me how winning happens. I never knew what could be possible until Donald Trump swept in and proved it to me and earned my undying allegiance. Oh, anyways, okay. So someone asked for the tips link. Let me attend to the important things here. Tips link, tips.kingpilled.com. You know, it's funny to me that I need to actually type it out. Like tips.kingpilled.com. Just type that real quick. But I understand. Eliminating all customer friction imaginable. Sometimes you use friction strategically. Sometimes you want to eliminate as much of it as possible. And when it comes to being paid, you guys are the ones who provide my teal bucks. So when it comes to being paid, I need to grease that up real good. I need some baby oil in here to grease up the skids for you guys funneling your teal bucks over to me. Tips.kingpill.com. And make sure that when you do, make sure you also go to forum.kingpill.com. I'm not going to type that out and pin it. You guys got to type that one out yourself. Forum.kingpill.com. Go get your name on the list over there for the drawing that I will do. If we hit the tip goal tonight, if we get to the $400 tip goal as posted, then I will do a drawing. So this is obviously incentivize you guys, but also to ensure that the more that I'm, like, I got to get above the bare minimum, but then the more that I'm benefiting from that, I want to make sure you guys have a way of doing it. But I don't want to show favoritism or anything. So, and also I'm legally not allowed to. So I want to give you guys an opportunity at the behest of my great and lovely wife, Mrs. Kingpild. This is her idea. I want to give you guys an opportunity to, at least in theory, be able to win a little something for your troubles. So no purchase necessary. It's complete random drawing that I'll do, and you will get a gift card in the amount of 10% of the total tips that come in that night. So tips.kingpill.com, go to form.kingpill.com and get your email on there. That's the only reason I'm using it. It just goes into a Google Sheet so I can automate it and do the little randomization thing. And then at the end of the month, I'll clear it out and delete them all and then do it again. So give me some sort of way to identify you, and then I can pick you and I can contact you and let you know that you won. Thank you, Pale Morning Dude, for the hype. Welfare for our guys. Yes, we're giving out welfare here. Little mutual aid society. Superior B says, Matt, I looked for the link and couldn't get it to work. If the link is not working for you for whatever reason, and I don't know if you're trolling me or if you're actually serious that you couldn't get it to work, but if the link is not working for whatever reason, then just go to Cash App or Venmo. Send something that way, at Kingpilled. You can just send it directly to me. It will not show up. It will not play an alert. It won't add it to the total, but I'll just manually track it. You just got to make sure that you let me know that you did. And I'll try to remember to check it periodically throughout the show. Otherwise, I think that is about it. What are we talking about today? Trump turns legal immigration into a deportation trap. This is a fun one. Going to be reading an article of another case of the libs telling us exactly how much we're winning right now. Then there is a notable member of the Trump administration who is leaving, stepping down, stepping aside, being replaced. And you wielders of the bonk sticks, you guys are going to get some action because this person's also being replaced. And I like this little trend that we've got going. Also, some economic stuff, big trade deal with Japan, and an article in USA Today. Opinion: real incomes are growing, Americans are adding wealth, inflation continues to moderate, unemployment remains relatively low. Where's Trump's credit? Where's Trump's credit? Published in USA Today. And then we're gonna then we'll get into the spicy stuff. So you guys got to sit through the other stuff up front, and then we're gonna get into the spicier stuff. Nick Fuentes calling for Trump's impeachment. Republicans to lose the midterms because we're gonna teach the bad old GOP a lesson. We'll talk about that, and then we'll weigh into some of the other things that have been going on the timeline over the last couple of days. I suspect this may end up being a bit of an ongoing conversation. I don't know. Yeah. Nematode.
Literally at Wuthering Heights movie theater with fiancé now. If I win gift card, I immediately reinvest with the Astrolabe.
Patriot, Mr. Nematode. You sir are a Chad. Thank you for the $5 tip. And now I'm gonna hope that you win. It's funny. I've thought long and hard about how to actually give people the way to invest in someone in that way, in a much more tangible sense, like other than just like, what are essentially donations, even though you legally can't call them donations. Just contributions, voluntary contributions, or subscriptions, or whatever. Like, what if there was a way to actually be able to buy equity in someone that you see as up and coming, and use that to fund them? But how do you manage this with securities laws and everything? And this is basically what a meme coin is, kind of. This is where, like, meme coins, NFTs, these have been different ways of trying to navigate this world. That's gonna have to be. It's going to be normalized eventually. And in a sense, you're kind of with the stablecoin initiative is kind of another example of that. So this is something that's coming. But I suspect it's the sort of thing that's going to have to be normalized at the much higher level than it is at the much lower level. Otherwise, you're looking at spending the rest of your life getting a proctology from the SEC. And I decided that I don't want to do that, so I sniffed in that direction and said, that's very interesting philosophically to contemplate, but yeah, no. Not for now, at least. Shout out to Kingless Kingdom, giving me, I like it when someone shines my shoes. Thank you, man. He says, I believe you said exactly this. What is it? Well, you'll have to find out when we get there. Let's see. Is there any other... Yeah, so that's the gist of it. Also, some great numbers on, or not numbers, numbers, yes, but some very good information on immigration and the continued success of Trump's immigration crackdown. But of course, as always, we start off with some fun stuff. So first of all, for my linguistics nerds out there, fellow linguistics nerds, our ancestors called things gay so often that it became synonymous with bad. Calling bad things gay is actually calling gay things bad. It's the same thing. These words have been being used interchangeably. Look at this. The origin of the word bad is from Old English. I don't know how you would pronounce this. Bedel? Maybe, I don't know. It's the A and the E mashed together with a little line over the top. But that's the origin of bad in Middle English. So the Old English word for bad meant hermaphrodite or womanish man. So literally the word for bad came from, that guy seems like a fag. Incredible. What a remarkable world we live in. I love waking up each day and just learning some fantastic thing that it's small. It could be made up. I don't care. This works for me. I don't need to know anymore. I don't need to. Let me live with my myths. Please keep your hands off my myths. Let me live with them. This is now part of my headcanon. Regardless of how exactly true. We don't need fact checkers. No one likes you, fact checkers. You're a bunch of fucking nerds. You need to spend more time in lockers. There's this myth that, like, if you spend a lot of time in a locker as a nerd, that it, like, doesn't make a difference or something. No, it absolutely does. A nerd who spends a lot of time in the lockers will not cease to be a nerd, but he will be a nerd who does not grow up to become a fact checker. We don't need fact checkers. I've got my fact right here. And I feel just fine about it. Bad. Bad originally meant a hermaphrodite or a womanish man. Hey-o! Dick's enormous! So true!
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Some well-lubricated teal bucks for your white pills.
My friend, the $88 tip. Look at you, Patriot. Thank you, sir. Oh, that works. That's my favorite of all of them. The Erica one is really good, but that one just hits. It just hits so perfectly. You know, the over 200 one hits pretty well as well, but there's probably another reason for that. Thank you, Patriot. Whoever you are, Dick's enormous, you're a patriot. Speaking of enormous dicks, a trucker navigates a terrifying jackknife on I-29 during whiteout conditions, executing a perfect counter-steer recovery at the last second. This is why we don't need a whole bunch of recently imported Jeets driving all of our trucks. Trucking numbers are spiking, and it's not because of imports. There's a whole bunch of economic activity really starting to pick up within the domestic economy. Their numbers are spiking way earlier in the season, and it's all industrial shit back and forth within the country. This bodes very, very well. We've gotten a massive amount of infrastructure spending. We've got markers for the baseline industrial economy all of a sudden starting to kick up. And then with all of the different announced economic deals and everything that have been, if even a fraction of the ones that have been announced were to actually go through, and there's evidence that they've actually, that more than a fraction are. We've got our favorite ketchup man in the King Pill Discord, who's constantly, just tonight, he went and dropped a ton of different links. These are all from like niche journals and little local papers and just talking about new industrial development, new expansion in capacity for transportation, for shipping, new shipbuilding, new drone factories, new all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. Constantly, these headlines are out there day after day after day after day after day. 2026 is going to be a year of massive, massive economic growth, which is going to solve a tremendous number of problems. Ironically enough, this is a very good point that Peter Thiel has made, that problems, like the fundamental problems that divide a society, are much easier to solve in a growth environment. If you have that growth environment that reaches a critical mass where it begins kind of carrying itself forward, that creates the momentum to start actually solving these problems. But when you're in a static environment, when you're in a whole bunch of whether they're actually zero-sum games or zero-sum conflicts or they just appear to be, in either case, everyone has convinced themselves that they're engaged in a zero-sum conflict. And this creates a negative feedback loop where everyone trying to be in conflict with everyone else at the same time slows growth, but it's also a consequence of slowed growth. So when it slows growth, it's starting to magnify the effect. But then this goes in the other direction as well. Human psychology is a wonky thing. But it's actually kind of easy to understand. We just lie to ourselves. You can just do things. You can just believe things. That's all humans do. Humans just believe things. If you woke up tomorrow and there was a way to deliver compelling evidence that the economy was crashing to everyone in the economy at the same time, the economy would crash. None of the fundamentals or anything would matter. If everybody floods for the exits at the same time, everything caves in. The fundamentals do not matter. It just comes down to what people believe. So on the flip side, if everyone woke up tomorrow and there was just a button that was pressed, and all of them woke up believing, holy shit, there's so much to do. There's so many opportunities here I've got to take advantage of. Everything's taken off. I got to grab a hold. Let's go. Shit's kicking off. Then that's what would actually happen. People would begin making decisions as if that was the case. And they would pick up steam and then ripple all the way through the rest of the economy. This is why the administration relentlessly talks this way. Because they've already done the prep work for it. Now it's just a matter of these things beginning to ripple out through the economy. So they're telling people, this is what we've done. This is what's coming. We're not a collapsing market, we're an emerging market. Look out for this good stuff that's coming. Because if you don't tell people to look for it, then they won't see it. You tell them you tell them that it's coming, then they start looking for it, then they start seeing it. Incidentally, this is why having propagandists is a matter of immense pragmatic utility. And by propagandists, I don't mean people who tell lies. I mean people who create narratives to reflect the actual reality that is not currently being reflected in the public conversation. That's what a propagandist is. That's what a media outlet does. They do it whether they want to or not. So a key aspect to any administration being successful at doing anything is being able to successfully proliferate its narrative and get people to buy into what it's doing, whatever it is. You can use this nefariously, you can use this positively. I don't remember what got me off down that whole rabbit trail, but I was talking about trucking. Somehow trucking led me to propaganda. So having, yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. I just totally sidetracked onto the trucking news, the good trucking news, which is a sign of the economic life that is coming. By the same token, you don't want to have, if we're getting a whole bunch more trucking volume, you don't want to have a bunch of Jeets driving those trucks. You don't even have to be convinced of the Jeet problem or anything. You're just like, I want top-notch, highly qualified people who can speak the language, who know how to react in complex circumstances and stuff. You don't have to like fully Jeet pill someone to get them to recognize this necessity. And that this is like an urgent necessity. You need guys who can drive like this. Not the actual truck that you see on screen, but the guy who's driving behind him.
Come on, hold it. Easy.
Look what he's doing.
Oh, that was a close one.
He just straight up pulled up and stabilized him out of the jackknife. Just in the moment. He knows exactly what needs to be done. He doesn't get in there too soon. He waits till he's got it optimally angled and positioned, and then he gets just the right tap in it to not kick it the other direction, but just kind of bumper it and stabilize it. This is the kind of dude that Americans have had driving their trucks for generations. This dude cannot die off. This needs to be a valued field. You need highly qualified experts driving these things. This is not a position of low repute. These aren't like insignificant, sort of replaceable blue-collar workers. These are sophisticated experts. And they may not look like it when they get down and they waddle out of their truck. Some of these guys, when you see those ones, the guys that are just absolutely freaking gigantic, they gotta peel themselves out of the cab and walk, those are the best. That dude lives in that cab. That dude's whole life is that cab. You know that he's got probably 100 different podcasts on regular rotation. He is the most clued in person in the entire country. He knows more about everything that's going on in the country right now than anyone else. And he spends all of his time on the road driving. Those dudes need to get paid. Those dudes need to get took care of so that they can react in moments like this. This is American greatness right here. On another end of a different spectrum, I suppose, this sentence here has got to be one of my favorite sentences I've ever read. This is from Faceless. This guy, I've started seeing him quite a bit more recently, at Wanghalf on X. He says, gotta be my favorite genre of black people. I'm glad to live in a world where this sentence has been written and has gone out to 40,000 people. Gotta be my favorite genre of black people is one of the funniest sentences I've ever read. Then this video just goes well with it.
There's a lot of telekinetic black people on social media. It's a whole movement. This guy I decided to highlight because he really believes, because a lot of them, you can tell that they don't really believe it. You know, they're like moving a Dorito chip, and they're like, there's some people that believe that there's some Wakandan energy deep in their soul. If they just embrace their melanin, they can unlock it.
The N-word!
This dude believes he's already unlocked it. It's there. He can move things with his mind.
Look at this guy. I'm not gonna lie. In a controlled environment, I almost want to hear what he has to say. Like it would just be fascinating to me to listen to him just go off about something in a controlled environment.
He can move things with his mind. That nigga is moving that trash. I don't care what any of y'all say. That nigga is moving that trash.
When Neil deGrasse Tyson becomes homeless.
He even moved the phone. When he looked, did you see that? Look at that. He had so much telekinetic power when he moved the phone. When he looked away, he's got so much telekinetic power that he made the car alarm go off. And you're going to look me dead in the eye and tell me that this nigga don't got special energy?
No, sir. No, sir. This nigga got special energy. He got special energy. Big time. I'm not going to argue that. Telekinigger. You know that dude loves him some anime, too. You know that guy is, what is it? Airbender? I don't know. I don't anime. The Last Airbender? Is that what it was called? Yeah, we was airbenders. Yeah, right. We was airbenders. Okay, this guy says, I'm a 42-year-old former filmmaker. I made this in 3 days with $39 in credits because it was fun to channel the creativity I had in my 20s. It entailed writing, directing, cinematography, art direction, special effects, editing, and sound design. The kids will rock our world with these tools.
He rolled in like a ghost in the wind. Moonlit skies and haunted eyes, secrets within. The world was broken, drowning in fear. But when she saw him, the sky came clear.
Ituda matuka. Winter's over.
What is that? No, they burn and fade at the edge of the night.
Just Plan Star says 2028 Trump sends Patriots to snuff out Antifa. And the Antifa have Nickelodeon slime blood.
I thought you were dead, hero. How'd you find us?
I could smell you from across the galaxy.
If I were you, I'd drop those weapons. or I'll be having this one for dinner.
He's gonna put the lip into a crystal! That's what we're gonna do with Will Stancil.
In the ruins where the lost still roam, we build a place to call our own.
He made that in 3 days with $39. I'm already ready to watch an entire season. Give me a whole season of this. Just go mad with it. Yeah, get this nigga some money. Incredible things are happening. Now this one here I had to include because it's going on the soundboard. I haven't added it to the soundboard yet. I didn't have time, but you'll see why. Prompt. Trump walks in on an episode of Seinfeld.
You call that a sandwich? What's wrong with it? I don't know, it's just...
Sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't help hearing the word winner. Winner. But I couldn't help hearing... Sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't help hearing the word winner. Sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't help hearing the word winner.
My president knows winning! He heard it. He heard it. There was another one, and this one wasn't even funny.
I'll be there for you.
I mean, the way he's walking is pretty funny.
Did we miss an episode?
I guess actually, let me take that back. It kind of looks like Donald Trump doing a Shane Gillis impression. His face there. Okay. Now, RFK has teamed up with Kid Rock to deliver 2 simple messages to the American people. Get active and eat real food. I gotta say, hold on a second. How old is Kid Rock? I know we talked about this on the Super Bowl. 55. Kid Rock is 55. What is RFK, like 71 or something? RFK Jr. He is 72. RFK Jr. is 72. Like, Kid Rock looks pretty good for 55. But holy shit, RFK, in the jeans. I don't know if it's AI.
This is for the questions that don't have any answers. The midnight glancers and the topless dancers. The gander freaks, cars packed with speakers. The G's with the force.
Go into the ice bath in jeans, like a madman.
Where's Kid?
All the crackheads, the critics, the cynics, and all my heroes at the methadone clinics. All you bastards at the IRS for the crooked cops and the cluttered desks for the shots of Jack in the caps of meth. Half pints of love and the fists of stress for the hookers all tricking out in Hollywood and for my hoods of the world misunderstood.
Whole milk.
It's all good and it's all in fun. Then get in the pit and try to love someone.
I don't think it's AI. I think it is real. At this point, though, it'd be kind of hard to tell. But here's the thing. I don't think they would need to make that. I don't think they would need to make that AI, because both of those guys would absolutely be down for it. Now, I saw people asking, like, why does this need to be, like, why Kid Rock? Like, what's so special about Kid Rock? What's special about Kid Rock is he is a name, a face that everybody knows. He's a celebrity who's willing to unabashedly associate his brand with the president. It's like you're going to do one or the other. You're either going to hate the man or you're just going to line up your brand with him. Because you don't wind up... It doesn't go well for anybody who tries to be the radical centrist on this one. No. Kid Rock is fucking cool. I love the fact that you make all these memes of these fat, ugly, dumpy, obese women who are the health secretaries of this European country or that European country. Now we've got a 72-year-old roided out Chad who's talking about drinking whole milk and taking ice baths. And he's rocking out with Kid Rock. This gets me hyped. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't for some people, but it definitely gets me hyped. All right, so now I got the bad news for you guys. Trisha McLaughlin. You know, the one with the raspy voice, one of the DHS spokespeople, the kind of ditzy looking blonde with a really raspy voice. She's out. She's leaving DHS. Now, apparently, the story is that she had planned to leave in December, and then everything kicked off in Minnesota, and so she stayed on through until they completed that, and then she left. Perhaps there's more to the story. I don't know. This is one we may find out later that there's more to the story, because she is also someone that it seems as if there's kind of like a bit of a power struggle in DHS right now. It's like a power struggle between the people who want to do lots of deportations and be really brash about it, and the people who want to do lots of deportations but be really quiet about it. And which to me, like, look where we're at. We're at the point where DHS is now fighting over how they're going to do mass deportations. So, first of all, big win. But there could be some sort of a power game that's going on. It kind of seems like they're getting enough rumors out of there that there is some sort of power game that's happening. And because this is Donald Trump's administration, she has been replaced immediately by Katie Zachariah. I have not done an early life check on Katie Zachariah yet, but it would be interesting. A lawyer and staunch advocate for President Trump's deportation policies will be taking over as DHS spokesperson following Trisha McLaughlin's departure. She's been a very vocal advocate for ICE, exposed how illegals are bankrupting states like California, and has repeatedly outlined steps which could be used to defund sanctuary cities across the country. Fortunately, we made great progress on the sanctuary city problem because the president went and completely broke the back of broke back Minnesota, completely broke the back of the local officials there, humiliated Tim Walz, and is one of the first great success stories of being able to take the sanctuary city thing out at the knees, just knock it right off. Hopefully something that can be replicated. So just recently, Katie was on Fox slamming California's attempts to force ICE agents to demask and called out Newsom and LA Mayor Bass for their brazen violations of the Constitution's Supremacy Clause. So this here, you didn't want to know all those words. What you wanted to know is this is the one who is going to be replacing the raspy-voiced blonde that everyone liked.
And this is what they get, Katie.
And they stand also, as Bill Asaley said, they stand in violation of the Supremacy Clause, and they will lose on this. The Supremacy Clause says there is a supreme law of the land, and that immigration falls under that trace, and so they're not going to be able to enforce this. But more importantly, the widespread pattern of this has to do with sanctuary cities thinking they're above the law. And LA County, Mayor Bass, and all of these supervisors think they're above the law. They are not. The federal law applies to them, and they stand in violation. And President Trump said today, all of these states that have sanctuary jurisdictions are on notice. Federal funding will be revoked, and they should do that for LA City right off the bat.
And this is what they...
Yes, you could see why she is in the role that she's in. This is one that I I go I go both ways. I go both ways on this because I understand the people who are like, you know, we need more men in positions of leadership, and I do agree. I also don't know that it's necessarily a net negative in actual effect with most of these with the population, because especially for something like this, if you have women doing the talking on it, and I can understand where this goes, where you might say on one hand that people will just feel like they're being nagged at by Karens, and it'll paint it in a negative association. But on the flip side, number one, it gets dudes just being like, okay, and there's also the fact of white women talking to white women, because that's the ultimate like demographic that has to be managed with respect to this is white women. Probably the most important demographic overall. So having white women speaking to them is I can understand the thinking with something like that. I can also understand where it could not work. But so then on the flip side, I could see where if you have just a bunch of dudes doing this, are you going to specifically go for like Greg Bavino? If you have Greg Bavino running all this, that's not gonna. There is not going to be appetite for someone with Greg Bavino's demeanor being the one who's constantly, permanently front and center on this. So yeah, it's one there's a lot of things that I have strong opinions on. It's one I guess I don't really. Here's some very, very nice numbers to see regarding the ongoing mass deportations effort. From the White Papers Policy Institute, visa and green card approvals for family-based immigration, which is 70% of all legal immigration. We're talking about legal immigration here, not illegal, legal immigration. Visa and green card approvals for family-based legal immigration are down across the board. Denials have shot way up. Denials for green cards for the family of immigrants are up 47%. Trump's policies are having good effects. And here's the full breakdown. This is USCIS, which is United States Customs and Immigration Services. Processing of family-based forms in fiscal year 2025 quarter 3 compared to 2024 quarter 3. So the different categories here are the petition for alien fiance, the petition for alien relative, petition to classify orphan as an immediate relative, application for provisional unlawful presence waiver, petition to remove conditions on residence, petition to classify convention adoptee as an immediate relative, and application to register permanent residence or adjust status for a family. Like, once you start getting down into the weeds of immigration policy and all the different classes and categorizations and waivers and timeframes and statuses and temporary statuses and permanent statuses and all these different things, it's just not even conceivably possible to just eliminate it wholesale. Like you can't do the really huge sweeping, like attack it with some big blanket policy, because it's like not even implementable without causing way more political grief and turmoil and requiring way more political capital just to actually even get some traction on it. So what they've done is they've set every single relevant institution toward the institutional posture of being much more discriminating, incentivizing denials, and scrambling it up and making it as confusing and opaque as possible, which is there's two sides to this. Because if you go too far overboard in that direction, then you start impacting too many people who see it as just rank incompetence. They don't understand like the intentionally bogging things down in paperwork to drag your feet out. That's not a tactic that works quite as well in either direction. So the way that they've gone at this is 1 million different cuts in 100,000 different places. Just cut, while the entirety of the agencies are being restaffed and focused, and they've hired people directly focused on and trained on being very discriminating. What is that one? Because as the vice president says, it's important to segregate. And there's a number of these other ones out. This is just the one that I picked out, but you can go follow the White Papers Policy Institute. I follow them on Telegram. Let me see if it's got the same name on Telegram. Yeah, White Papers is the name of it on Telegram. It's at White Papers, HU White Papers. And this is an account that has been shared recently by administration accounts. Like, I think the Rapid Response account has been retweeting stuff from the White Papers. So this stuff's all over the place. There's no excuse to feel like they're somehow behind the 8 ball on the deportation matter. 5.16 to 6.2 million Indians live in the United States, a larger population than that of 14 of India's own states and territories. $38 billion in remittances flowed to India from the U.S. in 2025. Meanwhile, American tech grads struggle to find work while companies import more H-1Bs. That's the most recent post on Telegram from that account. And they're sitting here calling for mass deportations. Let's see here if there was any other recent ones talking about the UK with everything going on over there, sharing stuff from Germany. Patel Motel cartels and shambles. The Trump administration has banned all non-citizens from the SBA's 7A loan program. 2 days ago, 1,100 companies were suspended from the 8A loan program for disadvantaged minorities. No more tax money for the DEI crowd. Yeah, demographic statistics. It's a good Telegram account to follow at White Papers, and also an appeal to pragmatism. Obviously, you should be following them by now. Real Political Data said Trump, for all of his faults, is still a force for good on the right, especially on absolutely critical issues like immigration. He may at times say dumb stuff, but look at this. Here. From White Papers Policy Institute says the H-2B visa doubling was bad policy, but then you look at K visas, a type of family reunification, and they're down 50%. H-1Bs down 19%, May 2024 to May 2025. Denials for H-1B family reunification up 41%. Good things are happening, even if the administration occasionally does ridiculous things. And that's where it is for me. Like, we could quibble about whether it actually is or is not ridiculous, because I keep finding that every time someone says, with pretty rare exceptions, when someone says that the administration is doing something ridiculous, or this was just a big misstep or a totally unforced error or whatever, in virtually every circumstance, there's a lot more to the story. And if you're just consuming the world in breaking slop headlines, then you're fashioning a vision of the world that doesn't correspond to reality, which all of us have to a certain extent. But in these particular matters, I spend all of my time sitting here reading about these things and listening to people talk about them and going to the original sources and reading them and checking in on things and trying to ensure that I'm not sharing anything that's fake or anything like that. There's a lot of stuff that I leave out because I can't necessarily completely validate it. But there's a lot of stuff like that. And there's a certain point at which, okay, maybe not all of that extra stuff is actually real, but some of it probably is. So there's to me, like, I'm assured of this baseline, and then my question is not to the downside. My question is, to what extent to the upside? Is there stuff that they're doing that we don't know about? Impacts that they're having that we haven't been aware of yet? I think there's much more of that to the upside than to the downside. But again, I have the luxury of you guys supplying me with the teal bucks to dedicate all of my time to this, to staying up to date on all of these things, unlike basically anybody else I know. So, I guess that's why I do the show, is to try to, if you guys don't have the time to do it, then that's what I'm here for. So I don't totally hold it against people who may genuinely believe a lot of these things just because they don't have the bandwidth to run down and fact check every single breaking slop headline they see. And there's been a metric fuck ton of them. So I can understand why there's a lot of people who are very down on aspects of the administration, but I don't think that most of them appreciate the extent to which they have been subjected to an extraordinarily intense mass propaganda campaign. And I think that elements of that propaganda campaign are intentionally coordinated, and I think some of them are just kind of spontaneously emergent. And at the end of the day, it kind of doesn't really matter one way or the other. But I think this is why it's very important to me to try to be a consistent voice cutting through all of that bullshit to whatever extent that I can. To try to maintain focus on, it's like you're I don't know, you're like sailing on stormy seas and there's a lighthouse up ahead and you catch a glimpse of it and then you're just trying to keep your eyes fixed on that point where you saw it and like you can't look away because you've got to stay looking where it was. If you look away, you might lose it. I guess it's maybe a bad analogy because it makes it seem like it's really difficult to see all these things, and it's not really. It's just kind of a matter of extracting your mind from the hive mind of bullshit and just taking a more 50,000 foot view of everything. And the trajectories here are really, really clear. Yeah, counter propaganda. That's my role. Lord Breezy says, Matt, I have adopted the philosophy of believing the best I can imagine, acting as if all will work out, and things generally work out because God wills it. That's fantastic. Yes. And that's the thing, is to the people who don't want to commit themselves, like if you don't have to be totally plugged into all this. You don't have to know about all these things. If you want to withdraw and you just want to be plugged into your local community and what happens locally is all that matters to you, and locally could be like local geographically or just locally to your life. Like, you know, you have your employer that you connect with and you've got family members and you have that part of your life and you don't want to go through trying to keep up with everything that's going on. That's honestly the way most people are. That's a good instinct. Sometimes I wish that I could do that. There's times where I just want to can I live the life of a normie for a little while? But what is not helpful is the people who say that on one hand, but then on the other hand, they want to continually be involved and continually weigh in and continually talk and project and try to shape and move narratives themselves. Like either you're going to be involved in the game or you're going to do your local thing. But saying all I care about is just local stuff and I don't want to get into all the slop and all of that other stuff, that's too much for me to keep track of. I just want to see big, significant steps made. Then absolutely, withdraw. Just pull yourself out. Go plug into your family, your career, your whether you're single, whether you're married, whether you need to, if you're in the asset accumulation stage or the asset deployment stage, whatever part of your life you're at, go commit yourself to that. Go do that. And do like Lord Breezy here. Believe the best you can imagine, act as if it will all work out, and things will generally work out because God wills it. That is faith. That is the act of faith. This isn't like Pollyanna, only good things will ever happen. But it's recognizing that you engaging with something in a, I don't know another word for this, so pardon the millennial therapy word, but you engaging with something in a toxic way, projecting the I can't do this without sounding like a fucking therapist, but like projecting bad energy out, being discouraging or discouraged publicly, constantly being really grim. It's great for Rupert Lowe that he can do that. That's proper for him to do that, given the people he's speaking to and the situation his people are in. That's not proper to the American people. We're a different country, we're a different people, we're a different political system, we're different altogether. We're Americans, we're not Europeans. We're descended from Europeans, but we're not Europeans. We've deviated away from Europeans to where now relating to Americans and relating to Europeans on a national level are just totally different things. So if you're not going to be plugged in, don't be plugged in and just set your mind to assuming that good things are going to happen, because good things are going to happen. What's more important is whether or not you're going to be properly positioned to take advantage of those good things when they do happen. Or are you going to have such an obsessive focus on all the negative things, all the have-nots, all the lack of opportunities, all the blockages, all the obstructions? Are you going to be so focused on that that you don't actually see the opportunity when it comes? You're late to the party. And then you just continue this constant cycling reactivity. You're just constantly reacting to everything around you. You don't impose upon the world around you. The world around you is imposed upon you. If you're going to be in the game, there's only one mindset that is appropriate. And that's the mindset of winning. The mindset of hope and determination and discipline and focus. And a lighthearted hope at that. That doesn't mean you ignore the bad stuff. That doesn't mean you pretend the bad stuff doesn't exist. It means you're not sitting there focused on the bad stuff. Like the thing I played the other day with the coffee. You know, you don't want black coffee. He says he wants a latte. Maybe it's the other way around. You're like, I don't want a latte. 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 You end up with a latte. There is something that's real about that. This is a creative capacity that human beings have that's not fully understood. But we can, through the things we believe in, you can just believe things. Through the things we believe, we produce into the world. Our beliefs order our behavior, and our behaviors order our outcomes. So if you have bad beliefs, you're going to get bad outcomes. It takes good beliefs to get the good outcomes. Again, I don't remember how I got off on that rant, talking about immigration, Trump's still a force for good on the right. Oh, what I was going to say is, because he said he may at times say dumb stuff, but look at this. So it's like, these sorts of qualifications are kind of annoying to me. You don't need to qualify it. It's not like yeah, you are, I sound like a fucking lawnmower trying to start. You're trying to, I understand that when someone does that, it's a face-saving move. But just say it with your chest. You don't need to save face. There's no award given for someone being the most impartial. Neutrality is not a virtue. So being the well, sometimes he makes mistakes. Yeah, he's fucking human. He's got a massive sprawling complex of an administration filled with a bunch of other humans who are all have their own bullshit going on, and he's got traitors and subversives in and around him all the time, and then he's got well-meaning people who are trying to pull him in different directions, and it's one of the most sprawling, expansive, chaotic, turbulent places in the world. If your thought is like, well, the only perfect presidency is the one where no bad ever happened. Oh, when something bad happens, oh, look, see, there was a bad, I saw it. I saw the bad thing. I saw it before everyone else. It's like this neurotic, panicky sort of, this is why Trump coined the term panicans. It's that's that exact mindset. You don't get brownie points for seeing the bad thing first, unless you act on it. And just yelling about the bad thing isn't acting on it. How are you capitalizing on it? How are you using that to your advantage? Or are you just identifying it? Yes, people made mistakes. Someone said something dumb. They did that thing and they expected it to be taken that way and it was taken that way instead. Okay. Did you not expect that? What makes it newsworthy? I care about the trajectory. I care about the overwhelming momentum. It's funny, having spent so much time in the sports ball world, there's been a long time debate that's gotten just absolutely vicious. And it's kind of, spiritually speaking, it's kind of the same. As like, is momentum real or not? You have like the tape row guys, and then you have the guys who like actually played, who've actually been on a team, who've been in that environment. And then you have the guys who have never been in that environment, but they just interact with the game through a spreadsheet. I've got a deep appreciation for both of them. I've actually been much more of a spreadsheet guy for most of my, at least my adult life. But the momentum guys there's absolutely momentum. It's tangible. It's something that can't be measured, and it can change on a dime, and you can't predict it. You can start to recognize its patterns, and that's kind of what it is it's a pattern that's born out of confidence. It doesn't mean that lucky breaks don't happen. It's not the single determining causing agent, but momentum is absolutely real, and it's born out of confidence and hope and an aggressive nature. Sometimes that aggressive nature manifests as disciplined action. You can be disciplined and aggressive at the same time. These are not opposites. The momentum is absolutely real. It's absolutely real in the sporting sense, and it's real in the political sense. Once again, you can just believe things. Other people can just believe things as well. And I think everybody who might see this or might hear this agrees that it would be much better for us, for the Republicans to hold or gain seats in the midterms, regardless of what you think about elections. Whether you think they're fake or gay or rigged or whatever. Just as an absolute fundamental baseline. We can agree that having Democrats take a majority in the House and or the Senate would lead to much worse outcomes over the next couple of years than the other. So if we can agree on that, none of the rest of this shit matters. It's a whole separate conversation. The number one priority is, by hook or by crook, ensure the Republicans pick up, either maintain or pick up seats in the midterms. Period. Full stop. They need to have an R next to their name. Who cares who's funding them? Who cares who's trying to read their brains, suss out their motivations, whatever. We don't have time for that. We don't have time for that. The time for that was 10 years ago. We were busy trying to get Trump in the first place. These are just political realities that you can't let yourself get so pulled away from the actual facts on the ground that you lose sight of these fundamental political realities. So speaking of demoralization, listen to this. This is from Jonathan Blitzer. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services is an agency most Americans rarely hear about. It administers the legal immigration system. Under Trump, the agency has turned into an enforcement tool in service of the broader crackdown. Headline: How legal immigration became a deportation trap. My president has deployed his great gigajew to turn legal immigration into a deportation trap. And the New Yorker libs are very upset about it. Under Trump, the Homeland Security agency responsible for processing visas and green cards has become a site for easy arrests. One morning last month, a Minneapolis resident, whom I'll call Anna, was pulling into the parking lot at work when she noticed a fleet of dark, unmarked SUVs idling nearby. A group of immigration agents dressed in street clothes emerged from the vehicles before she could get out of her car. One of them called her by name. "I know who you are," he said. "I know you're a refugee." Anna's first thought was to explain that there was some mistake. "I wasn't afraid," she later told me. At the end of 2024, she and her family, including her 4 children, who are from a country in Central Africa, were granted refugee status in the U.S. The federal government had resettled them in Minnesota, a state which they found cold and strange, but mercifully quiet. Her immigration papers, which she always carried with her, were in order. I thought I was going to talk to the man and show him my documents, Anna said. Instead, as she opened her car door, he put her in handcuffs. For the next several hours, Anna sat in a room at a local immigration and customs enforcement office, forbidden from calling her family or a lawyer. No one told her what was happening. At around 11 that night, wearing shackles around her wrists and ankles, she was put on a plane and flown to an immigration jail in Texas. Outside the cell where she would spend the next 5 days was a makeshift sign that read, USCIS cases. Anna knew the abbreviation. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services was the government agency to which she'd been submitting her legal documents. Since its creation in 2002, USCIS has been the lone immigration agency at the DHS that doesn't make arrests or participate in enforcement sweeps. Unlike the armed agents of ICE and Border Patrol, the roughly 20,000 officials at USCIS, none of whom have traditionally carried weapons, primarily act as administrators of the legal immigration system. Almost all of the agency's budget is funded by fees paid by immigrants applying for visas, residency status, and benefits. The applicants are often referred to as customers by agency staff. At USCIS, one former official told me, quote, "We were seen as the friendly, supportive side, the agency that tried to help people." They were referred to as customers. Customers. USCIS was turned into an immigration office soliciting immigrants. The immigrants are funding their own removal. Yeah, right. Deport the customers. Return to sender, but literally. The customer is not always right. Even as Donald Trump has turned the agencies of DHS into something of a roving personal police force, his administration has prosecuted a quieter, but no less ambitious assault on legal immigration. I'm going to read that again. Even as Donald Trump has turned the agencies of DHS into something of a roving personal police force, his administration has prosecuted a quieter but no less ambitious assault on legal immigration. Green cards and visas for people from dozens of countries have been frozen indefinitely, and the administration has canceled naturalization ceremonies. Immigrants and asylum seekers in the middle of the application process have been detained during routine interviews. Last April, Mohsen Madawi, a student at Columbia University who had a green card, was arrested during his citizenship interview for which he'd waited a decade. Is this a trap? He recalled thinking after USCIS called him in for an appointment. Masked ICE agents took him away just after he'd signed the Pledge of Allegiance. The wife of a green card applicant who was arrested in Salt Lake City said, "We've tried to do everything the right way, we have, and now he's not here." In July, leadership at USCIS announced that the agency's staff would soon have the power to make arrests and carry guns. New job postings no longer emphasized the provision of government services, but instead began advertising positions called Homeland Defenders, with responsibilities such as defend your culture. It's astonishing how swiftly the agency has shifted, the former staffer told me. After Trump leaves office, another said, quote, "There's going to be some kind of bureaucratic husk called USCIS, but that entity won't have the ability to adjudicate requests for immigration benefits." Does this sound to you like an administration that is planning to import infinigeets? Does this sound like an administration that is not serious about mass deportations? Does this sound like an administration that's overselling and underdelivering? If anything, they're pushing too hard. Like, if anything, they're at risk of creating so many sob stories that they turned the white woman vote. By the start of the year, the administration's weaponization of USCIS reached new extremes. Anna was arrested as part of a new Department of Homeland Security policy in Minnesota called Operation Paris, a USCIS initiative that was created, according to a press release, because the state had become, quote, ground zero for the war on fraud. The targets of Operation Paris were some 5,600 refugees who'd been vetted and admitted to the country by the Biden administration. They had already gone through extensive interviews, background checks, and biometric scans. Right, I'm sure they did. Yet USCIS officers were conducting the refugee interviews again to look for grounds to strip them of their status retroactively. No statute authorizes these warrantless arrests, a group of lawyers led by the International Refugee Assistance Project wrote in a court filing challenging the policy. ICE's own guidance states that there is no authority to detain refugees merely because they have not yet adjusted their status. By law, a refugee has to wait a year before applying for a green card that confers permanent residency. The idea behind the operation was seemingly to impose a final roadblock. Once someone has permanent residency, it becomes much more difficult for the government to take it away. Around the time that the new operation was announced, Stephen Miller, Trump's top immigration advisor, ordered USCIS officials to draft a rule that would allow the administration to cancel someone's refugee status without providing the person with advance notice or an opportunity to respond. The agency's director, Joe Edlow, was dispatched to Minnesota along with a deputy. Almost 36 other officers were being sent to the Minneapolis suburb of Bloomington, according to an internal agency document, to, quote, conduct visits on employment-based immigration benefits and applications submitted by foreign students. 3 days after arriving in Texas, Anna was interviewed by someone who told her that he was in charge of immigration and that they could talk like they were friends. According to a source with knowledge of the agency, the interviewer was likely an official at USCIS who worked in the fraud detection unit. He already knew everything about my story, Anna told me, yet his questions were confusingly disconnected. Did she want to be brought back to her home country? Why couldn't she go home? Had she ever committed a crime? I didn't understand what these questions had to do with what was happening to me, Anna said. I was depressed. I was crying. What did I do to be here? The interview lasted 3 hours. 2 days later, having still not received an explanation for why she was being detained, Anna was taken to the gate outside the facility and told she could go. It was up to her to figure out how to make it home to Minnesota. When we spoke, nearly 2 weeks later, she still didn't have her immigration papers. The government had confiscated them. Last year, approximately 352,000 civil servants left their jobs, fulfilling one of the administration's stated goals of dismantling the government bureaucracy and demoralizing the federal workforce. Roughly 1,800 of those employees were at USCIS, re-engineering the staff at the agency. Roughly 1,800 of those employees were at USCIS. Re-engineering the staff at the agency, 5 former officials recently wrote in a recent Newsweek op-ed, served, quote, both as a goal in itself and as a means of reshaping the legal immigration system. So, re-engineering the staff at the agency served both as a goal in itself and as a means of reshaping the legal immigration system. It began last February with a seemingly mundane change. Since the pandemic, a large share of USCIS officials had been performing some configuration of hybrid or remote work. Within days of the president's inauguration, the agency's staffers received the first of a series of directives instructing them to return to the office. But there was no accompanying plan to ensure that everyone would have a place to work. The agency had grown through telework that outpaced the agency's footprint, Kate Angustia, who worked in the chief counsel's office in Washington, told me. There were lawyers with computers sitting on radiators in the floor, working in hallways and storage closets. At an agency office in Chicago, the city fire marshal was called because of overcrowding. On February 13th, the agency's networks crashed from overuse. Edlow, the president's pick to head the agency, was said to be skeptical of the back-to-office policy, but because of the slow nomination process, it would be 7 months before he officially took over. In the meantime, a group of ideologues inside the agency were elevated to the role of senior advisors in its top office. Most of the people who were picked came from the Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate. Sarah Pierce, who worked in the agency's Office of Policy and Strategy at the time, told me. Fraud detection and national security was one of USCIS's 7 internal divisions. During Trump's first term, its budget grew substantially, doubling for fraud detection and tripling for national security. But it still had a reputation for being populated by people who, a former staffer said, quote, felt like they were not part of the agency and had a chip on their shoulder. You see how they did this? They fired a whole bunch of people. What was that? I think they didn't. Some of them they fired, some of them they induced to retire. They paid them off to retire so that they could fast track their own people in there, drawing from these other divisions of people who felt like they weren't part of the agency and had a chip on their shoulder. You guys now, who have been sidelined, don't get to do your job. We're going to pull you over and fill these roles that we just created so we can get this show on the road as fast as possible. In the past, the early months of a new administration have been a period of transition at USCIS while personnel waited for a new director to be sworn in. This time, a rash of policies began immediately. Some of the activity was a consequence of the president signing a series of executive orders on the first day of his term to halt the refugee resettlement program and suspend asylum at the southern border. Rob Law, a senior counselor at the department, was closely aligned with Miller, who'd openly clashed with high-ranking USCIS personnel during Trump's first term. Miller's turning USCIS into an enforcement arm is making it seem like the reason we have an immigration system is to keep people out, a former senior agency official told me. Miller's turning USCIS into an enforcement arm is making it seem like the reason we have an immigration system is to keep people out. That's what I fucking voted for. Thank you, Weird Steven. You want to know something? Stephen Miller and I can't remember his first name, Edlow. Joe Edlow. Both of them, Jewish. You know, one of the, hold on, I got to try to find find the spot that I was at. Here we are. There's so much more good stuff coming. One of my, we talked about this on the show in the past, early on especially, that one of the pretexts they seized upon immediately was anybody associated with radical Islam. And they used anti-Semitism as a pretext for that with immigration stuff and with colleges. That was something that was a button they started pressing immediately. And here's the thing. When you tell me that your number one top priority is mass deportations, what I understand that to mean is you don't want any other policy to supersede mass deportations, because without mass deportations, we will no longer have a society. I understand that to mean that is your number one top priority, which means every other priority becomes subservient to that one. So if an easy button way, an easy button proxy for getting a bunch of militant brown people out of the country who don't belong here is anti-Semitism, that to me, from what you're telling me, is serving your top priority. Because what the alternative here is that we're going to have a big national conversation about the JQ, and once we settle that in our favor, then we're going to do mass deportations? This is the association. This is when people start making an association with third worldism. No. I want the people out of the country as expediently as humanly possible. This is an extraordinarily monumental feat that has to be accomplished. We're going to be deporting people for decades. You've got to be bought in and ready for that, because that's what's coming. We are going to be deporting people for decades. And we need to make that happen, which means we need to seize on every conceivable option to make that happen. We can't just let the rest of the world go on while we try to force some big national conversation on the JQ. It's coming. It's happening plenty quickly on its own. I think that trajectory should be really, really obvious. If anything, it's happening to a destabilizing rate. So I don't care if they're going to use anti-Semitism as a pretext to deport people. We checked your your social media feed and you were saying bad things about the Jews, you're out. Sure, whatever reason you need to give me to get them out. Does that mean we're setting up for a separate battle on social media censorship elsewhere? Sure, of course. And we can have that battle in its own right and in its own time. But we're also making substantial advances on that front as well. Everything is coming up us right now. Several policy priorities followed from Miller's longstanding fixation, such as denying immigrants work authorization while their legal cases were pending, and penalizing applicants who used public benefits. Pierce, whose portfolio included work on refugee and asylum services, was told by her office, by virtue of specializing in humanitarian relief, was undermining the president's agenda. I was asked to find data showing fraud in the asylum system, that most asylum cases are fraudulent or frivolous, and that's why we shouldn't be granting work authorization. When her research contradicted the premise, she was chastised for failing to come up with enough evidence. The referral and denial numbers for fraud alone were exceedingly low, Pierce said. This raised a significant red flag for the Office of Chief Counsel, since the entire premise of the regulatory changes was that fraud was high. An agency spokesperson said immigration fraud represents an existential threat to our nation. A group of agency insiders proved willing to carry out the administration's orders to restrict immigration through USCIS. Michael McDermott and Nicholas Bartel, two career officials, were named senior advisors in the director's office and for a time effectively ran the agency. McDermott, who began working at USCIS in 2013, had extensive experience investigating allegations of fraud in the agency's visa programs. There's a little micro example here that loyalty helps you advance, and it also helps the cause advance. Because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get an extraordinary mass of people to move in approximately the same direction. And the more people begin moving in that direction, the more people will move in that direction. Because humans at the population level are a herd species. If you ever doubt this, go out onto a sidewalk and go walk over and stand there and look up in the air. Just standing there, just look up there. And see how long it takes you to get a crowd of people around you all looking up. We need people to all start moving in a particular direction. This is why winning begets winning. You want as many perceived wins as possible. You want people recognizing this is the direction to go. And the more you get people to go that direction, the more ability you gain to do the things that you want to do. Near the end of Trump's first term, McDermott was assigned to a special detail at ICE. When he returned to USCIS, it was to work in the Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate. His view, many colleagues felt, was ideological, whereas Bartel's seemed more opportunistic. He had led the agency's field office in Montgomery, Alabama, before moving to the director's office during the Biden years. Most of his colleagues left the office during the transition to Trump's second term, but he told them he was staying for continuity. In meetings, however, he would often laugh and make quips about how Biden's policies were coming to an end. Bartel, who did not respond to a request for comment, is currently stationed in Minnesota running Operation Paris. These were people seeking personal vendettas with personal pet projects, Sarah Krieger, who worked in the Office of Policy and Strategy, told me. According to multiple sources, McDermott and Bartel attacked anyone who disagreed with them and dismissed legal analysis that didn't immediately validate their positions. The agency spokesperson said these claims were baseless smear attacks against career public servants, whose work has been exemplary. They also wanted to go further than the president's day one orders by limiting humanitarian visas and ending policies such as deferred action, which was supposed to protect from arrest people whose applications had passed a preliminary review, but were still pending in the agency backlog. Look at that. Look at that. How many people do you think these guys individually are responsible for preventing, like, how many people are not in the country right now because of these two guys? You see how important it is to get our guys into position, fully bought in, rowing in the same direction? That's when the good stuff happens. Typically, when the agency changed a policy, staff would prepare a decision memo in which different offices shared their views. Lawyers at the Office of Policy and Strategy were frequently told to remove their findings from the main text of agency documents and include them as an addendum. A senior advisor would walk a memo over to an attorney and say, "You have 10 minutes. Tell me if this is legally sufficient and don't tell anyone you looked at this," Krieger said. At one point, when she told McDermott that one of his demands contradicted an existing statute and might be at odds with the agency's stance in pending litigation, he responded, "We don't care what the statute says, we don't care about court orders, and we don't care about litigation risk." McDermott did not respond to a request for comment. Looming over the agency, meanwhile, was the threat of layoffs. Throughout the winter and early spring, Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency was slashing the federal workforce in part by offering buyouts to career officials. At the same time, the White House Office of Management and Budget was beginning to reclassify tens of thousands of civil servants to make them easier to fire. In April, Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, sent an email to department staff titled "Reshaping the DHS Workforce," in which she gave career officials the option of offering their resignations or opting for an early retirement. Many staffers at USCIS were particularly nervous about getting fired because they were generally considered to be pro-immigrant and therefore hostile to Trump. During the 2024 campaign, a right-wing organization called the American Accountability Foundation, with ties to the Conservative Partnership Institute, the Heritage Foundation, and the authors of Project 2025, prepared for a second Trump presidency by publishing the names and profiles of individual department staffers who might be disloyal. Their information is accessible on a site called the DHS Watch List. "Our bosses were pushing us to be more anti-immigrant and not to fight for small wins," Pierce told me. "They were like, we need to keep a seat at the table." At meetings with political appointees, staffers were encouraged to describe their work as combating fraud in the immigration system. Those who disagreed with McDermott and Bartell, or who expressed anything short of unadulterated enthusiasm for the administration's new policies, were accused of leaking plans to the press and blocking the president's agenda. Emails and calls made to anyone outside the agency had to be logged in a spreadsheet with a corresponding explanation of who had initiated the exchange. In one case involving a dubious report about special immigrant juveniles who are suspected of being gang members, a group of agency officials weighed in using the standard protocol. They noted their reservations on the decision memo that was circulated within the agency. A few months later, they were called in to be polygraphed. This quickly became a pattern. The stories of a half dozen staffers who'd been subjected to hours-long polygraphs spread inside the agency. Almost all of them had worked in offices that handled humanitarian benefits. Officials who refused to be polygraphed were put on administrative leave. One of them was seen being escorted out of the building by security guards. "That's when it got really scary," Krieger said. "We knew it could happen to anybody at any time. The choice was to get polygraphed or lose your job." Once again, I'm supposed to believe that this is the administration that's not serious about not just deportations, but visa denials, restricting legal immigration. The interviews began with the officials being Mirandized and told that their responses were under oath, which raised the possibility that they might later be charged with perjury. Yet the questions seemed inexplicably broad and subjective. One was whether the officials had ever lied, either to people close to them or to someone in a position of authority. There wasn't even a guise that this was about suspected leaks, one of the former officials told me. Krieger said people left not because they had anything to hide, but because they were afraid of how what they said could be used against them. Juan and his wife got married last June in San Diego. They had met in high school in 2021. She was a U.S. citizen. Juan, who was born in Mexico, wasn't. He had arrived in the U.S. with his parents when he was 12 and had never left. "A lot of ICE protests were going on in LA when we got married," he told me recently. "My wife was like, I'm afraid that something might happen to you. Let's start doing the process to get your residency. I don't want them to take you from me." The spouses and parents of citizens and permanent residents can apply for a green card through USCIS, even if they have overstayed a visa or fallen out of status themselves. This has been the case for decades. But last November, about a week before Juan's appointment, he received a call from his lawyer, who said he'd heard the government was arresting people at the USCIS office in downtown San Diego. He said he didn't yet have a client arrested, but there was a chance, Juan told me. "We were scared, but if it's going to happen, it's going to happen either way." Juan and his wife scheduled an interview at a federal building in downtown San Diego. The session seemed completely prosaic. A female USCIS officer asked how they'd met and explained the paperwork that the couple would have to file in the future. "She told me you're being approved," he said. "I felt peace. It all happened." Then the woman stood up from her desk as though she were stepping out to use the bathroom. "There are 2 other officers here who want to ask you questions," she told him as she left the office. 2 ICE officers in jeans and flannel shirts walked in. Do you know why we're here? One of them asked. No, Juan replied. He'd assumed that they were part of USCIS following up to confirm basic details about his green card application. The officer continued, you came in with a visa that is now expired, so you're illegal here. We're going to arrest you. At USCIS, staff had begun to hear about such arrests as early as last June. They were just arresting people who didn't have arrest records, Kate Angustia from the Chief Counsel's office told me. In the past, for people who were married to U.S. citizens, Congress had a statute in place. If they overstayed a visa, it was waivable. Now everyone is a lame duck. By the fall, individual field offices, in their eagerness to fulfill the administration's wider mission, were beginning to arrest not just green card applicants, but asylum seekers who were showing up for administrative hearings and biometrics appointments. All of this has been happening since as early as June last year. Less than halfway into the administration. So how is it, pray tell, that this narrative has proliferated? That that the numbers are fake, that they're not serious about this, that they're only going after the violent illegals and they're letting all the other ones stay. How did that narrative emerge? How did that take root the way it did? A leaked field office memo provided instructions for how USCIS officers should coordinate with ICE to entrap people. I like how they put instructions in quotes here, as if it's like the agency itself instructing the agents within the agency on how to do their jobs. Their instructions. Please provide an update approximately 30 minutes before the anticipated end of the interview, it read. ICE will be walked into your office once you state that you are 5 minutes from concluding the interview. Juan was led to a white van in the building's parking lot. He was handcuffed and had a chain placed around his waist, but the ICE officers, he told me, were, quote, super chill. One of them told him, you'll be okay, this is the process now. He waited in the van for 5 hours while the officers went back inside to arrest more people. Eventually, Juan was joined by 4 or 5 others, and they were driven to an immigration jail along the border. The officers who took us there were telling us that we were just numbers, that we were easy targets. 2 weeks later, after a bond hearing, he was released. His attorney, Jan Behar, has been practicing immigration law in the San Diego area for 42 years. We're talking thousands of clients, he told me in December. Never in my life have I had to deal with this. Juan and his wife had already paid USCIS roughly $2,000 to get his green card and had to fight his detention case anyway. They go fishing in an aquarium and they say, look how many fish we caught, Behar said of the government. Juan's case was hardly an isolated incident. In mid-December, I spoke with Jeremy Lauer, a 33-year-old maintenance technician from Ohio who had gone with his wife, a Mexican national, to a USCIS office in Cleveland for a preliminary green card interview. It was the Monday before Thanksgiving and Lauer had taken the day off from work. We were going to celebrate, he said. We'd been waiting for this day for 2.5 years. The officer conducted their interview separately, so Lauer was in the waiting room when 2 ICE officers took his wife into custody. She was told she was being deported, he told me. By the end of the day, the government had flown her to a detention center in Texas, and the couple's lawyer had to intervene to halt her removal. She spent a month in detention before being released, which was especially puzzling given the fact that Lauer had checked on the status of his wife's USCIS petition the day she was taken into custody. It had been approved. In April, Sarah Krieger received an email about a trafficking victim who had recently been arrested by ICE. The woman, who'd been a witness for the prosecution in an ongoing case, had applied for a temporary benefit known as a T visa, which confers legal protection to trafficking victims who cooperate with federal law enforcement. She had waited more than 6 months but hadn't received a notice from USCIS acknowledging receipt of her application. There are thousands of applications that are sitting unopened in regional offices because so many staff have left the agency, Krieger told me. Literally boxes in mailrooms. Krieger managed to find the woman's application and sent an agency receipt to ICE. She was deported anyway. Last October, the Center for Human Rights and Constitutional Law filed a lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security on behalf of at least 8 immigrants who had applied for visas as victims of trafficking, criminal acts, or gender-based violence. Because of processing delays that could take years, the Biden administration created a policy that allowed for a preliminary review of a person's case file to determine if they were a bona fide applicant. If so, USCIS gave them a special designation for deferred action, meaning that they wouldn't be arrested while their application was pending. Now USCIS simply refuses to look at the application, Sarah Kahn, a lawyer at the center, told me. You see how they did this? They say, oh, there's processing delays. They could take forever. So instead, what we're going to do is just glance at their case and then let them into the country and say, hey, you have an appointment. Hopefully you make it back, and then never do anything about it. So they were actually fast-tracking people into the country. They were just waiving the requirements altogether and just inviting people into the country. Even those whose applications USCIS had reviewed during the past administration were being arrested. This was the specific basis for the center's lawsuit. In late December, I spoke on the phone with one of the plaintiffs, Jackie Merlos, a 44-year-old Honduran mother of 4 U.S. citizens who's lived in the country with her husband for the past 22 years. In March of 2024, the couple was sitting on their porch in Portland, Oregon, when a burglar who was trying to break into a truck across the street threatened them at gunpoint. They reported him to the police and cooperated with the ensuing investigation, which qualified them for a so-called U visa. That December, the agency finally conducted a preliminary review of Merlos' application and determined it was bona fide. So, December of 2024. So this was after the election, before the inauguration. Last June, however, she and her children were arrested and jailed in Washington state. For 2 weeks, her children, a 7-year-old and 9-year-old triplets, were held with her, despite being U.S. citizens themselves. Yes! So you're telling me when they arrested her, they didn't take her away from her children. They put her children in there with her. I would almost guarantee you that the burglar trying to break into a truck, threatened them at gunpoint, I almost guarantee you that this is fake. It was staged. They paid someone to do this because this is a well-known technique for ensuring that they could get one of these visas. And there's like huge scam networks that were built around this. You're here because you're a criminal, an agent had told her in front of her kids. He just wanted to get rid of us, she told me. It would be 4 months before she was finally released on bond. By then, the construction business she ran with her husband had closed. I barely leave the house now, she said. You know, that sucks. That sucks, but you had 22 years. 22 years. Late last year, when I started speaking to current and former agency officials, the president announced that the government was indefinitely pausing all asylum and green card applications from Afghanistan and 18 other countries. At the time, an Afghan national who'd worked with American forces in the country before getting asylum in the U.S. had allegedly shot 2 National Guard troops in D.C. The administration immediately moved to exploit the tragedy. These fucking people. Individual acts of wrongdoing became the pretext for the vilification of entire nationalities. Operation Paris, for example, began in the wake of a scandal in Minnesota, in which some 80 Somali Americans were found to be defrauding the state's public benefit system. At USCIS, the targeting of specific nationalities wasn't a matter of mere rhetoric, but actual policy. Actual policy targeting specific nationalities. Earlier this year, the administration announced that it was indefinitely pausing green card applications for people from 75 countries. By law, there are roughly 226,000 green cards issued each year to the adult children and siblings of current citizens, as well as spouses and minor children of permanent residents. If these green cards aren't used, they are reassigned to a different branch of the system tied to employment-based benefits. The administration has always hated family-based immigration, the former senior USCIS official told me. Most employment-based green cards go to people who are already here. It remains to be seen whether USCIS will apply the unused green cards to the employment side of the system this year. If it doesn't, the green cards will be lost permanently. Whittling away the core functions of the agency has starved USCIS of the bureaucratic capacity it once had. If they want, they can just be unprepared to process the leftover green cards, the official said. Isn't that convenient? Sorry, guys. We're just not prepared to process all of them. I guess they're just going to disappear and all of those green cards just aren't going to happen. Sucks. Meanwhile, the White House has called on USCIS to initiate between 100 and 200 denaturalization cases each month, which consists of stripping naturalized citizens of their existing legal status. Miller had pushed a similar but far less ambitious agenda during Trump's first term, but it failed to materialize, largely because of legal constraints. The government had filed 102 denaturalization cases in the entirety of the first Trump administration, according to figures from the Justice Department. So across the entire first 4 years, they filed 102. And now they've been instructed to get between 100 and 200 each month. Once you naturalize, the file gets retired and sent to the National Record Center, Krieger told me. Files are hard to find. The obvious question, multiple sources told me, is where USAIS officials would even begin the denaturalization process. You're going to have to pick some characteristic to be the basis for calling up these files and scrutinizing them, one of them told me. Probably they'll just go down a list and start going country by country, targeting people from each one. See, I sit here and read things like this, and then I see people tweeting, or I get replies from people saying that they promised us mass deportations and cucked out. We're not even getting that. That they're planning to import whatever the number of the day is. You know, like even the people who will acknowledge that this is something, they're like, oh yeah, well, it's kind of something, but not nearly enough. Sure, yeah, of course, not nearly enough. We're going to need decades of this. We need institutional continuity. We need to ensure this doesn't get disrupted. That's the whole point. You think that this isn't going to get disrupted if Republicans lose the midterms? You think this isn't going to get disrupted if someone other than J.D. Vance is elected president in 2028? You think that's not going to happen? So if this is the thing that you care about the most, then everything else doesn't matter. If all else fails, at least we can get the deportations. This is even acting as if there isn't anything else going on, when there's just loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of things. Every single fucking agency is being dramatically changed, and just I could just sit here and just run through the list over and over and over again. This is just the immigration side of things. I want it to continue. That's why every single other thing that anybody brings up to me as a political concern right now, especially with respect to the midterms, I'm like, I don't care. Do not care. Do not care one single whit. All of those things are all luxuries that hopefully we get to deal with. But what we need to do before that is consolidate power and ensure institutional continuity. Here's another thing with DHS.
Well, folks, huge news out of the Department of Homeland Security. This is something that we've been pushing for quite some time, and now it appears that it's actually coming to pass. What does it mean? And they're all losing their minds. The Department of Homeland Security is finally going after Discord, Reddit, and these other sites where anti-ICE anarchists, terrorists, and communists are using to plot their attacks on our federal agents. And let's just see. So now there have been hundreds of subpoenas, we're told, as all over the media, hundreds of subpoenas, Google, Meta, Discord, Reddit, all of these sites, administrative subpoenas for the Department of Homeland Security, according to government officials, speaking on condition of anonymity. The department asked the companies for identifying details of the accounts that do not have a real person's name attached and have criticized ICE or pointed to the location of ICE agents. The New York Times is reporting they saw 2 subpoenas that were sent to Meta over the last 6 months. Folks, this is what we're pushing for. We need to disrupt these networks. We need to shut down the networks of anarchists operating in this country. We need to hit them where it hurts. Take out their communications. That's what this is about. We know that they, keep in mind, for Trump supporters from that, right, we were banned off of all of social media. Go back to the Biden regime. During the regime era in this country, we had to create our own social media apps. We had to go to places like Telegram. We had to create Getter and Truth Social and all of these places to be able to congregate, just to be able to share our opinions and our support for Donald Trump. These guys, they've had control of Reddit. They have control of Wikipedia. They control Google. They control Meta. They control many of these places, or at least they have had control of them for so long. They operate in the open. This is a key strategic weakness for them. Their command and control, this is their C2, their command and control operations are done primarily through basic social media pathways. And as such, those companies can be subpoenaed, because if there is criminal activity taking place. And of course, all the media is, oh, the civil liberties, and oh my gosh, what about the human rights? And oh no, it's so bad. These are crimes. You can't use social media to plan crimes. It's really that simple.
Oh no! Oh no! If we start infringing on the Redditors' free speech rights, then the libs might get back into power, and they might do it to us.
And I don't seem to remember any of these people being upset when Doug Mackey got arrested, indicted, and convicted.
Oh, I almost pushed the wrong one.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Well, you must be a high IQ person.
For posting a meme in 2016. Nobody had a problem with that. And he got doxxed, and everybody who was in the group chat that was in with him got doxxed. They went after him. I don't know anyone who was in any of those group chats. I don't know what you're talking about in any group chats. I don't recall. Do not recall, officer. But we've already had the Rubicon crossed by the left. You guys threw a guy in jail, or you tried to throw a guy in jail until his conviction was thrown out in appeals court for posting a meme. And now you're going to sit there and cry, sucking your thumb and crying like little babies because the actual criminals are about to face justice. I love it. Crack down on all of the Antifa networks.
What did he say that was soundboard worthy? I didn't. It didn't pop out to me. What was the thing? It was like back here, like halfway through or something. I missed it. It was, oh no, the human rights. Is that what he said?
Media apps. We had to go to places like Telegram. We had to create Getter and Truth Social and all of these places to be able to congregate just to be able to share our opinions and our support for Donald Trump. These guys, they've had control of Reddit. They have control of Wikipedia. They control Google. They control Meta. They control many of these places, or at least they have had control of them for so long. They operate in the open. This is a key strategic weakness for them. Their command and control, this is their C2, their command and control operations are done primarily through basic social media pathways. And as such, those companies can be subpoenaed because if there is criminal activity taking place, and of course, all the media is, oh, the civil liberties, and oh my gosh, what about the human rights? And oh no, it's so bad.
Okay. Make sure I've got that saved so I can get that later on. Real Political Data said people wanted investigations into these sketchy groups, but the millisecond DHS begins investigating into it, people bitch about it. Like, how else do you think they're supposed to handle this? So true. Okay, so USA Today says, this is an opinion column, incomes are growing, Americans are adding wealth, inflation continues to moderate, unemployment remains relatively low. Where's Trump's credit? Trump's economy is resilient, so why doesn't he get more credit? As with nearly every other facet of American life these days, the partisan divide also is at work on opinions about the economy. In April of 2025, as U.S. stock markets were melting down in reaction to Donald Trump's so-called Liberation Day edicts, the president's top advisor on tariffs, Peter Navarro, proclaimed that not only would markets rebound, but that the Dow Jones Industrial Average would also soar past 50,000 points. Listening to Navarro at the time, I resisted the urge to roll my eyes like a 12-year-old. Since I'm a semi-functional adult, I instead muttered, yeah, right. It turns out I was, happily, wrong, and Navarro was right, much to the relief of the 62% of American adults who own stocks. The Dow not only closed past the 50,000 point milestone for the first time in history on February 6, but the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ indexes have each gained more than 10% in the past year. Now, I hear what you're thinking. The stock market isn't the economy. That cliche is both true and false. True in that not all dinghies rise when the markets swell, but false because of what the markets do measure: the financial health of companies that cut paychecks for the vast majority of Americans. The data is clear. Trump's economy is strong. Consider this. More than 75% of S&P 500 companies recorded year-over-year earnings growth in the fourth quarter of 2025, the highest percentage in over 4 years. That's a reflection of strength and resiliency, not only in those companies, but also in the broader economy. Recession fears be damned. Other data released in recent days also reflect the overall strength of the U.S. economy. Analysts painted the job market as stable after the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported February 11th that employers added 130,000 jobs in January, and the unemployment rate dropped to 4.3%. And I would also add that this is in spite of continued federal layoffs. So these numbers are being artificially depressed by that. The most recent inflation figure is also encouraging, clocking in at the lowest rate since 2021. Real incomes, pay increases minus the rate of inflation, are also rising. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reported February 13 that real average weekly earnings increased 1.9% from January 2025 to January 2026. Despite what you hear incessantly from Democrats and in the media, life is more affordable on average for Americans now than a year ago. Another common knock on the Trump economy is that wealthy Americans are prospering while ordinary folk are hurting. But Barclays' chief U.S. economist says that narrative is overblown. Wealth has gone up pretty much across the board, Mark Giannoni told the Wall Street Journal. Real incomes are growing, Americans are adding wealth, inflation continues to moderate. Unemployment remains relatively low. Why doesn't Trump get more credit? Well, Trump. So why don't more Americans feel bullish about the economy? And why doesn't Trump get more credit for the almost impossible to stick soft landing that the U.S. economy is gliding toward as recession fears wane and inflation is tamed? Trump himself is a big part of the problem. Immediately after the Dow shot past 50,000 points, the president proclaimed that the index would hit 100,000 by the end of his second term. Trump continually turns the under-promise and over-deliver maxim for managing expectations on its head. Now, I'll just pause here for a second and say that one thing that became obvious to me with the announcement of the Trump accounts, as I kind of gamed through this in my head, I realized that them deciding to adopt that policy was a very, very clear indicator that they're not planning on they're not planning on doing anything that they expect will blunt the stock market at all. And there's a lot of interesting ways that they can kind of navigate their way through this. They can sort of, if they do it right, they can kind of funnel people's investments away from, say, real estate, maybe allow real estate to come down and get people to roll over into, Bitcoin or gold or silver or, other metals or minerals, or into the stock market. Like if the stock market goes on an absolutely unbelievable tear, you know that there's going to be people doing everything they can to try to get into that. And, when you're dealing with relatively few options that are actually conceivable, it may be that you just need to roll over a whole bunch of people into the stock market right after you announce these Trump accounts. So then you can think about a year from now. After the first year of the Trump accounts, or even 6 months, think about the headlines that they could publish talking about the growth in the Trump accounts. And people, as this starts to get through to people, that, hold on a second, this economy's not dead. Now, obviously, just like artificially pumping the stock market has all sorts of potential downsides, but literally every option here has all sorts of potential downsides. I'm just saying that him saying he is expecting the index to hit 100,000 obviously is Trump being Trump, but I would say this, taken together with the launch of the Trump accounts, should be a strong signal to you if you're trying to parse apart all their different actions and figure out what they're doing, that baked in is the assumption that whatever they do, their plan is to keep the stock market up and to the right. You can feel about that however you want. I'm just saying that seems to be a given here. Trump's penchant for turning tariffs on and off again like a 2-year-old who's discovered a light switch also injects uncertainty into a business culture that craves stability. But as with nearly every other facet of American life these days, the partisan divide also is at work on opinions about the economy. A Gallup poll released February 9 found that 82% of Republicans, but only 24% of Democrats, think that the economy will grow either a lot or a little in the next 6 months. The partisan gap was also wide on expectations for stocks, interest rates, unemployment, and inflation. And you know what happens when 82% of Republicans think that the economy is going to grow either a lot or a little in the next 6 months? If the economy does do that, that means Republicans are going to disproportionately benefit on a median basis. But also it means it's more likely that it's going to happen. If you have this substantial of a portion of the population that believes it's going to happen, they're going to start making decisions as if they expect that it's going to happen. And what is the economy but an accumulation of the revealed preferences of all of its members? The partisan gap was also wide on expectations for stocks, interest rates, unemployment, and inflation. Author Kyla Scanlon invented a term, vibe session, in 2022 to describe the disconnect between how people feel about the economy and the actual data. It's a cute term, but one that's not all that helpful. Our emotions are often misleading, and if there's one area where the data matters much more than how I feel, it's in the size of my bank accounts and my stock portfolio. He's almost saying the opposite, but you can kind of tell from the guy's this is a good normie proxy, kind of. This is a dude who's just like sort of your ordinary American. He's like, yeah, you know, Trump kind of does say some dumb things, and he does these things that I don't understand, and he's like, just kind of seems to be winging it. But, you know, honestly, look at this. Stuff seems to be working out. This is a good normie measuring stick. Add in the intense hatred that Trump sparks among progressives, and vibes can be badly misleading on what should be a partisan neutral assessment of the economy. Let's dip into history for context. Bill Clinton was, in many respects, a bad president and a worse person. It would be dishonest, however, not to acknowledge the overall strength of the U.S. economy during his presidency. Even so, the unemployment rate was higher under Clinton than under Trump at this point in their second terms. And I'm pretty sure that the way the unemployment rate is calculated has been rejiggered since then. I don't remember all the details of it, but I don't put much stock in the unemployment rate at any given moment. And the cumulative rate of inflation was higher under Clinton than under Trump. For the first 5 years, each man was in the White House, 12.9% versus 10.4%. So hold on to all the bad vibes you want about Trump. He may well deserve them, but let's not mislead people into thinking the economy is awful when it's actually quite strong. And once again, I don't think that there's any utility in spending time arguing that the economy sucks, whether or not it's true. Because if it is true, then what's someone supposed to do with that? When you make a case to someone that the economy sucks, is it the economy sucks so you should buy gold? The economy sucks so you should retrain for a different job? The economy sucks so what? Whereas right now the economy doesn't suck for the people who have properly positioned themselves to capitalize on prevailing trends. There's plenty of people for whom the economy doesn't suck at all. And the goal is to get more people like that. For some people, it's going to suck no matter what. It doesn't matter because it's something about the people themselves. Maybe they're just retarded. But if you convince people that the economy is good and that there are opportunities everywhere, all they need is one. And if they get that one opportunity...
yeah.
Perry!
Lube up your tip hole. Here comes my tip.
No! This is exit only here. I suppose you can insert your tip into my tip jar. I will allow that. I will allow your tip in my tip jar. Thank you, Perry. Appreciate you. Please do tip your streamer, folks. Tips.kingpill.com. See if we can at least get 50% of the way there. Do we have $200 tonight? Maybe not the full 400. Nobody else will get paid, just me. But do we have 200? Hey, there we go. Matt G.
Please redeem.
Haha! Thank you, Matt Jeet Eric Sar. So we've got Matt Jeet Eric Sar, Matt Jeet Eric Singh. We've got what was the other one? Matt Jew Eric Steen. Really adding to him. We need to get a little more diverse here. You want to hear a little leftist ass? Oh, it's not working, is it? Hold on. Hang on just a sec. Here we go.
I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
our president. Truth Social post. He says, our massive trade deal with Japan has just launched. Japan is now officially and financially moving forward with the first set of investments under its $550 billion commitment to invest in the United States of America. Part of our historic trade deal to revitalize the American industrial base, create hundreds of thousands of great American jobs, and strengthen our national and economic security like never before. Today, I am pleased to announce 3 tremendous projects in the strategic areas of oil and gas, in the great state of Texas, power generation in the great state of Ohio, and critical minerals in the great state of Georgia. The scale of these projects are so large and could not be done without one very special word: tariffs. The gas power plant in Ohio, a state I won 3 times, will be the largest in history. The LNG facility in the Gulf of America will drive exports and further our country's energy dominance. And our critical minerals facility will end our foolish dependence on foreign sources. America is building again. America is producing again. And America is winning again. This is a very exciting and historic time for the United States of America and Japan. Congratulations to all. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump.
I am your voice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now there was, I thought I had something here that contained the numbers for it. Did I not? Well, so I think this initial disbursement here is $36 billion. And the bulk of that was for the Ohio project, if I'm not mistaken, the power generation project. I want to say it was something like 30 billion, 33 billion, something like that for that project. And then it was like a tenth of that for the oil and gas one. And then it was several hundred million for the critical minerals one. I might have the Ohio and Texas ones backwards. But one great thing about this investment scheme that he has constructed here is that now we are getting infrastructure spending in the country without money printing. So if you're going to have the federal government invest in building up local infrastructure, and you're going to do that through the Fed, it's going to have, you're inflating the monetary supply. But with this here, you're just repatriating dollars from overseas. And right now, the inflation rate has been getting crushed to the point where deflation is a legitimate concern. So getting these influxes of cash coming in we're repatriating it. Oh, that's so good. Repatriating. Japan is repatriating. So with these monies starting to come in, hey-o victory! He did it!
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Shut up and take my money.
Nigga, hail victory! Thank you, sir. You are a patriot. I appreciate you. We are at $200.88. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, sir. The missus. We're very happy to see that. Trust Planstar says, I was just mind blown by the SOFA versus LIBOR thing at the time. I eventually became aware of Luongo, became increasingly skeptical of him, especially after he attacked him. Okay, I'm jumping in the middle of a conversation here that is, I'm not following. So, yeah, $550 billion, the initial tranche of, I think it was 36 billion. Now, here is, let's see, what was I going to say with this? Yeah. Okay, so, look at this. I can't help but notice that the two issues that Rich Barris and Robert Barnes keep screeching about, foreign policy and Epstein, are basically nothing burgers with the general population. This fully accords with my experience talking with people offline and in normie social media. Look at this here. Most important issues. The economy is at 23%. In November of 2025, it was at 44%. Immigration is at 20%, politics at 12%, social at 9%, ICE at 8%, Donald Trump at 7%, healthcare at 5%, foreign policy at 4%, Jeffrey Epstein at 2%, climate change at 1%. So you can see the progression over time here where the economy is pretty rapidly falling and immigration is climbing to make up for it. Concern about politics is falling pretty substantially as well, although that one seems to move around quite a bit. Same with social, it's pretty consistently in the same range. They just started asking about ICE, it looks like, just recently as of January 19. And so that could be making up part of this fall off. So there may be, I don't know how to differentiate between immigration and ICE, but so part of the economy numbers dropping could be the introduction of the ICE question. But they were already showing a pretty clear trend downwards that whole time. So I'm not exactly sure what is driving that, but given all the everything that happened in 2025, it stands to reason to me that people are going to start benefiting from this. If this, perhaps this has to do with cash, with tax returns, and it's just eventually over the course of 2026, people are going to start feeling the improving economy. Like gas prices in a lot of places have been really low, and that's often a really easy proxy for people. They just look at, if gas prices go down, they're like, oh, that makes things feel better. But yeah, foreign policy and Epstein, nobody gives a shit. Now, if there was some big dust up with something with Iran, for example, then, and you ran that poll again, then the foreign policy number would spike. Because people will look at whatever you tell them to look at. This is why it's so aggravating to me to see people with large platforms talk about the, like citing the numbers of public sentiment. You fashion public sentiment, motherfucker. If you talk about something relentlessly, constantly, then the people who are sitting there listening to you, 90% of the population just listens to what the other 10% tells them to think. So if you've got a bunch of people with platforms of all different sizes who are relentlessly hammering away at the same narrative, eventually people are just going to believe it and they're going to reflect it back to you. They will tell you what you've been telling them. But that doesn't mean it reflects the rest of the population necessarily. So yeah, people who are extremely online and listening to someone like Rich Barris or Robert Barnes, yeah, of course they're going to get all the DMs of everyone who's super wrapped around the axle about Iran or Pam Bondi or whatever. Because people want that validation. See me, notice me, senpai. You've told me to be very concerned about this. Now I'm very concerned about it, and I want to talk to someone else who's very concerned about it. Have you read Manufacturing Descent by Doom Chomsky? Very good, aspiring midwit. Very good, yes, right. So, on this issue, here is, I've been following the things going on with Mike Davis of late and his little spats he's been getting into with Robert Barnes. And on one side, you have allegations that Mike Davis has been, what would you say, using his platform to enrich himself, that maybe there's some sort of corruption thing, going on there. And then on the flip side, you have Robert Barnes, who was meeting with this antitrust lady within the administration who was just, I don't know if she was fired or resigned. Sounds like she was leaking, and she was maybe even leaking to him. And so they've been spatting back and forth and threatening to sue each other and whatnot. But here's Mike Davis talking to the guys at the Charlie Kirk show, Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff, talking about the matter of Epstein and the DOJ, Pam Bondi, all that sort of stuff. There's some good stuff to discuss in this. I'll let it play.
The country. All right, we have Mike Davis from the Article 3 Project. Mike, I was seeing this tweet go around yesterday, and welcome back, sir. You look good in your tie and suit. You were doing. I the reason I say that is you were doing extracurricular activities yesterday. We were gonna have you on yesterday, but you couldn't. But you've cleaned up. All right. So Mike, you had this tweet from July of 2025, and it started doing the rounds again yesterday. It had over 1.2 million views. So you were calling your shot in July, and then you went through this big, I guess just a thread, answering everybody's questions about the Epstein files. And in it, you say, you could throw it up, guys, and I'll read this a little bit and let you respond. Anyone who rapes kids deserves the death penalty. True, no lies detected. Here's the problem with the Epstein mess. The FBI doesn't have the evidence many thought it did. There are not tapes with powerful men raping kids. There is not a list. Epstein's Rolodex is already public, and the file is largely unreleasable for many reasons, including grand jury materials, court records under seal, child pornography, protection of victims. And then you say 5, unsubstantiated, even double or triple hearsay, bogus claims. Mike, have you...
So, now, yeah, number one, there's not a list. Never was a list. The idea that there's a list was stupid and retarded. A lot of people honed in on this. The list, the client list. This was I think it actually came from Virginia Joffrey, who was the one who said that there was like a black book, Epstein's black book that has a list. Well, the majority of the people who are on that list are already public. People already know about it. The problem is being on that list or having emails that imply some sort of innuendo. Even if that's really, really strong innuendo, you can't prosecute on that basis. All of this stuff has been made public. Clearly, there's lots of that shit going on. And frankly, if anything, maybe this is all the prosecution that could ever happen, is just publicly putting it all out there. A bunch of people have resigned, stepping down, being humiliated. Like, that's already happening on its own. Doesn't even require the prosecution. I've gone into great detail about how actually obtaining prosecutions is becoming inordinately more difficult now than it was before the mass release of all of this. But based on everything that I've seen released thus far, I have not seen a single smoking gun thing that I'd be like, oh, there you go. This is the thing that you prosecute. And if this is the investigatory materials that they have, then what they told us about it is exactly correct. Now, there's always going to be stuff that gets redacted. Like CSAM is obviously not going to be released. So there's going to be a point at which you just say, not like literally every single file is not going to be made public. There's going to be a standard, and we could sit and we could go round and round in circles and argue all day about where that standard could be, and we could like all collectively as a hive mind on the internet try to run the DOJ on this. Or you just recognize that these were rich, powerful people who knew well enough to keep some of their communication separate, and there seems to be lots of fire here, and perhaps all of this stuff being released will produce some sort of other thing down the line. But I still haven't seen anything that is actually prosecutable. Which is exactly what they said. There's a whole bunch of fake shit. Which is exactly what Trump said. It's become a bit of a meme now. I think people have kind of figured this out, but for a long time, people were like, well, he ran on this. He ran on declassifying everything Epstein, which is just literally not true. He was asked about it twice. And in both cases, he said, oh yeah, I'd be, the stuff that can be released, I'm absolutely in favor of releasing that. But also there's a whole bunch of fake stuff in there because they went and put a whole bunch of fake stuff in there, which is now obviously been verified as true. There was a bunch of insane fake stuff. Like if you have a public tip line for something like this and becomes a major story that's the predominant meme that takes over the internet for a while, lots of schizos are going to call in and do their schizo thing. And the FBI is going to dutifully sit there and take their notes and be like, yep, okay, there you go. Another insane thing, put it in the file and see if something comes, if there's what they need is they need victims giving direct accusations of specific men and saying, this is what happened to me. Some of that stuff is sealed by grand juries. Some of the victims have been paid and signed NDAs, so they can't. Those things cannot be prosecuted. The victim signed an NDA. Now, you could say that those NDAs aren't binding, which I think is true. They would not necessarily be binding, but still it requires them to say something. So, there's all these victims. I'd love to see this stuff prosecuted. I'd love to see these cannibals, rounded up and prosecuted. But you know what's going to make that much easier to do? much firmer control of the executive branch and no longer having to deal with an obstinate Congress. That would be what would make that sort of thing possible. Whoops. Hold on. That's what I get for not sharing. I should just leave the screen share up.
You seen basically your tweet come true, or has the Transparency Act kind of overridden some of those initial concerns? The floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, this Transparency Act by Tom Massey and Ro Hanna, whatever the hell his name is, it did not produce the result they thought it would produce because they're morons. We see that they are grandstanders and they're more concerned about getting clicks and raising money for their congressional campaigns than getting to the truth. I would just ask, where was Thomas Massey and Ro Hanna, or whatever the hell his name is, where were they for the 4 years of Biden? When Biden was in office, they weren't demanding these records. It's obvious this is political.
And this point can't be made enough. Like, the whole premise of all of this is when we rabble-rouse, we're ensuring that prosecutions are going to happen. Like, the thing that's standing between prosecutions and no prosecutions is us rabble-rousing. And if we rabble-rouse sufficiently, if we get outraged enough, then prosecutions will happen. Well, who are your fellow travelers in this rabble-rousing effort? The people through whom you're actually that are serving as your proxies. You know, you're powering up Thomas Massey and Ro Hanna to go get sponsored by Reid Hoffman and to have every single Democrat in Congress sign on to this effort to ensure we get prosecutions. Do you think if the conceivable outcome of this whole Epstein files thing was prosecuting sex criminals, then do you think that it would have been handled the way that it has by the people who are driving it? Do you think Reid Hoffman would be backing this effort? Do you think Steve Bannon would be backing this effort? If this was suddenly the skeleton key that's going to unlock everything, why was Thomas Massey not partnering up with Ro Hanna under Biden to make this happen? Why is it that suddenly becomes the single most important issue as soon as it's something that can be aimed at the Trump administration to try to hamstring anything else that they're doing? That's very obviously the motivation for it. So, like, jumping on board this to be like, oh yeah, this is actually going to attack all of our enemies. You're going to, like, jump on board an effort with a bunch of people who are your enemies, and somehow that's going to result in your enemies getting owned? And now it's just like, if you try to think rationally about any of this, now it's just like talking to a lib and a lib being like, you're a fascist! You're a Nazi! You're a pedo protector! All right, fucking shit lib.
They also smeared 4 good men by saying that those men were implicated in this Epstein mess. And instead of acknowledging...
Laying it on a little heavy there. Smearing 4 good men. We don't know anything about these men. We don't know if they're good. I mean, by definition, they had been arrested for something. Who knows? Don't know anything about them. But you're kind of laying it on a little heavy there when you call them good men.
That they were wrong and apologizing
men, sure,
to these 4 men who they smeared. They've doubled down and tripled down, and they've even blamed the Justice Department for their own stupidity. So those 2 members of Congress can go to hell.
Yeah, and it does strike me, if you're a Democrat or an independent out there that's considered, let's just say conservative. If you're conservative out there considering voting Democrat next year because you don't like the way that the DOJ, Trump's DOJ, or Trump himself has handled the Epstein thing, you have to ask the question. They were in power for 4 years and they did nothing. They sat on this until they saw a political opportunity to weaponize it against President Trump, because they saw that our people wanted the Epstein files to be more transparent, to be released. But your point is very well made that innocent people are getting smeared in this. There is conjecture.
Again, Shout out to Chip Roy. I'm not the biggest Chip Roy fan, but he was the one single member of Congress who voted against it. And he voted, no, sorry, it wasn't Chip Roy. It was Clay Higgins, the one single member of Congress who voted against this. And he voted against it precisely on this basis. The dude had the balls. You want to talk about balls? That guy had the nerve to be the one single member of Congress in either the House or the Senate to vote against it. And he said, because there's a whole bunch of shit in here that just, it's not going to be productive to dump it all out there and a bunch of innocent people are going to get accused of things. You know, like we can't, this is where, you know, Tucker goes on this rant all the time and he kind of lets out his inner lib. He says, but he's right when he says, like one of the defining characteristics of us as Christians is that we don't punish the innocent for the crimes of the guilty. If at any point, this is what the like, is it better to let 10 guilty men go so that one innocent man can be free? It's driving at this concept that you can't be so overwrought in your pursuit of justice that you wind up just steamrolling innocent people and ruining the lives of innocent people in some desperate attempt to grasp justice. Particularly when it's obvious that there's no justice that's going to come from this process. The whole Epstein files process and justice for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein are wholly separate matters. They don't even overlap. This is a political hit job trying to undermine the one president through whom we've gotten any wins that we've ever gotten. And it's cynically using the matter precisely because it's something that could damage the president. Flicker rate.
Thank you for reminding us that we are beautiful instruments of God.
Yes, you are. You especially. Flicker rate. I love the cut of your jib. You're a beautiful instrument of God.
There is, I mean, even Elvis Presley is in the Epstein files. But there does seem to be this lack of a smoking gun. We had Jay Beecher on, who's a reporter on this. He was talking about the fact that it was actually Virginia Giuffre who was the one that popularized this idea of this large blackmail ring, that he had lists full of people he had compromise on. But we're not really seeing that. And so I guess the question is, you're well connected to the DOJ. There are other co-conspirators named in some of the files, like Les Wexner. Are you hearing that there are suits being, or cases being built against the co-conspirators that did sort of turn a blind eye, that enabled him?
Where the Elvis thing came from was part of the legislation. There was a specific, I don't know what you call it, a statute. There was a specific part of the law that Massey passed that said to provide a list of every single celebrity or political figure or famous person whose name is present in the files. It was literally one of the statutes there. They were required to do this. So then the DOJ did it. Alphabetical order. Every name of every prominent person mentioned anywhere in those files. A celebrity, politician, business person, whatever. They provided that list and published it. That's why Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Elvis Presley. That's why these people were mentioned in there. And then freaking Massey and Ro Khanna and MTG and stuff, they were all like, oh, they're trying to screw with people. They're trying to mess everything. They're literally doing what the law told them to do. Was this malicious compliance? Maybe. I hope it was. Just merely so we could have the memes about release the Massey files. Massey's in the Epstein files. Because that's all it was. This person's in there. Ah! And again, like I said, this is completely independent, wholly independent from the actual pursuit of justice for the victims, for the actual victims. Just like Russiagate had nothing to do with actual Russia. Russia was incidental to it. I mean, it kind of mashed up with some other goals, which is what made it valuable as an incidental thing. Epstein and his powerful clients and all of his victims, they're just passengers to be used as in this political agenda precisely to undermine any political advantage that patriots are gaining.
As I've said, if you rape kids, you deserve the death penalty. There's no question about that. The problem is if you don't have victims who come forward and want to testify, if you don't have evidence, you can't bring charges. And that's the issue. We also have the federal rules of evidence. We also have the federal rules of criminal procedure. There is a reason that grand jury evidence is secret, because it's not tested. It's not subject to cross-examination, and people can go in and it's one-sided, and people can go in and say whatever the hell they want, and they're not subject to confrontation, right? And so that's why this grand jury evidence is secret. You make it public through the federal rules of evidence and the federal rules of criminal procedure through a trial with the proper safeguards to make sure that the evidence is relevant and it's not unfairly prejudicial. You're not going to smear people like Thomas Massey did with those 4 guys. And
so now this is what's happening. Now, because there's a hysteria being whipped up by people who just hate Trump and hate seeing patriots successful, there's now, this hysteria has been whipped up to where Trump is covering for pedophiles if he doesn't direct his DOJ to do away with the grand jury process, to just do away with foundational parts of criminal law in the United States. Just wiping them away. Nope, he's covering for pedophiles because he's not eliminating the innocent until or presumed innocent until found guilty. He's not wiping that away. He didn't abolish the right to trial from criminal law. Therefore, he's protecting pedophiles. Fuck off with all of this.
Rohana, his Democrat
and yeah, this is fucking personal for me. Because I voted for the guy, I'm getting what I voted for, and I want to get more of what I voted for. And so people participating in this fucking gay Russiagate redux hoax bullshit, cynically taking advantage of victims of sex trafficking in an attempt to stop giving me what I voted for, to prevent him from giving me what I voted for. Yeah, that's fucking personal for me.
Co-conspirator did to those 4 guys who were innocent, right? That's the whole reason we have these procedures to protect to protect victims, to protect witnesses, to protect those who are accused. We've had these in place for centuries, but we got rid of this because Thomas Massey decided he was going to pass legislation for the first time in his life, conveniently timed to think they're going to try to use it to screw over President Trump, and it backfired and blew up in their faces.
Yeah, it's Mike, I've been very.
He's contrarian.
I'm the contrarian. I've been skeptical about a lot of the Epstein stuff, probably since this really started to whip up last summer. And I think it's worth emphasizing what you said, where if you want to bring criminal charges, you need actual alleged specific acts by specific people. And I do feel there's been this miasma around it, where it's like, why isn't everyone being charged? Why aren't there arrests and convictions? But as you say, like, considering we have so many alleged victims of all of this, there's been strikes me as a huge shortage of anyone stepping up to specifically say, I had this specific crime done to me by this specific person. And if you don't have that, what exactly are you going to indict?
Right. You can't prosecute people for sending really weird emails using some sort of secret code to allege things that seem really sketchy and weird. You can't prosecute people on that basis. I don't think people realize that what's being released is all of their investigatory files. Now, have they held things back? Are they doing all of this and they're just withholding the single documents that would protect Donald Trump from prosecution? Sure, I guess if you want to believe that, then go knock yourselves out. But thus far, until there's actual things that are released, like this is the standard that's been set. Generally speaking, as far as criminal prosecutions go in this country, I don't naturally assume that I have a right to be privy to every single investigatory document that has been accumulated with respect to a particular case. Like, I don't have a right as an American to have every single investigatory document just published on the internet for whatever case that I happen to care the most about. It just doesn't work that way. There's some things that I just don't get to know about. Is the criminal justice system corrupt? Yes. And it's been corrupt for decades. It's always been corrupt. It always will be corrupt. We can live with it being corrupt when there is specific evidence that can actually be prosecuted. That evidence should be prosecuted. That should be used in prosecution to put these fuckers away. And honestly, they should be hanged. Hanged, drawn, and quartered publicly. But we can't just freeze the entire world and make everything stop and just declassify and declassify and declassify and declassify and declassify. Just keep dumping documents out there until we finally satisfied ourselves that, I don't know, we just get tired of it, move on. There's this disconnect here where it's like, we need prosecutions, therefore they need to release all the documents. But that's a non sequitur. Releasing the documents doesn't make prosecutions happen. It might have the effect of embarrassing or humiliating someone. Sure, okay. I'd love to see people who deserve to be embarrassed and humiliated get embarrassed and humiliated. That's already happening, but that doesn't seem to be enough. No, we need prosecutions. Well, for prosecutions, you need evidence of specific crimes. Not emails insinuating each other. Now they're going and they're going to do the big, like the first ever investigation of his ranch, apparently. Great, awesome. Let's see what that yields. But I'm not going to have this expectation that they're going to go and do this investigation and then immediately publish all the notes that all their agents take while they're investigating it. That's not how we can't just do away with the entire legal system. And once again, the more this stuff is litigated in public, the less likely it is that there is actual substantial litigation, and the more likely it is that the people just basically get off with being humiliated and have to go, like, live their lives wiping tears away with $100 bills on an island somewhere.
Well, let me make this other point that I think is important. If you want to bring accountability for the lawfare against President Trump, his aides, and his allies, then let's not demand that every good person in the Justice Department has to sit through months and months and months of document review on this Epstein BS, because that's what happens. The reason we're not seeing accountability on lawfare right now is because Thomas Massie and his Democrat buddies have all the Trump Justice Department people up to their eyeballs in Epstein document review for many months.
Now, I think maybe it isn't the best way to state that, to say the reason that we're not seeing lawfare prosecutions is because they're doing this. But the point still stands that if you want to see actual substantive prosecutions where there's ample evidence, and it's just a matter of wading through the system to actually do something about it, if you want to see that happen, you need as many people dedicated to that cause as possible. Not pulled away and sitting here just doing document review, basically just double checking someone else's work, seeing if there's something they missed and like going through and redacting things. That's not going to yield that's not going to yield power to us. That's not going to yield justice for anyone. There's no upside to it. You're just diverting a bunch of personnel from an already short-staffed agency to go do something that, even were it to actually yield something productive, it's not going to happen for years down the line because these cases take forever to prosecute. Oh, and also, Pam Bondi did confirm when she was in front of Congress that they do have pending investigations related to this. Now, is she lying? Maybe. Maybe she just went up there and just straight flat out lied. Perhaps. I have no way of knowing. But I do know that the Attorney General went in front of Congress and said, we have pending investigations underway right now related to this. Which means any documents associated with those investigations can't be released if you want those investigations to be successful. At a certain point, you just have to realize that you, Twitter poster, aren't going to have the right to backseat drive the DOJ. You're going to have to let go and just allow, at a certain point, you just have to allow and trust that something is going to happen. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But you can't change that fact. This course of action is not going to ensure that the DOJ is less corrupt or more effective. However, having as many lawyers as possible dedicated to the cause of trying to get the lawfare stuff worked through the system, that's something that could actually bear fruit.
So there are finite resources at the Justice Department, as there should be, and we had to focus on Thomas Massey's priorities, his political nonsense, rather than actually holding people accountable for their crimes.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, Mike. So you have been you are become famous by being a bulldog, infamous. By being a bulldog. You are always on the front foot, on the balls of your feet, and you are moving forward, trying to go after the bad guys on the left, get the right judges, right prosecutors in place. I guess the question sort of, you could take it in either direction. What are we missing out on right now? Because you said they're up to their eyeballs reviewing documents on Epstein. What are we not doing? But also, what are we doing that at the DOJ, Pam Bondi, Harmeet Dillon, what are they doing that you think is getting missed by the noise that is Epstein?
I think the Attorney General Pam Bondi is doing a phenomenal job. She's bold. She's fearless. She fires people. She hires the right people. She brings charges. She dismisses bogus, politicized charges. She has bigger balls than all the Republican white male attorneys general before her combined. And people are constantly attacking her. And it seems to align with this Epstein, Massey, weirdo crowd that they're constantly attacking her on this stuff, and it's distracting and it's diverting resources from the cases that actually matter.
First Citizen, if First Citizen in the in the King Pill Discord hears that, he's gonna lose his mind. Big balls, Bondi.
Thomas Massey actually
cared
about Epstein and these victims. Where the hell was he for 4 years of Biden? This is obviously a political game by him. He's teaming up with Democrats on this political game. All these Epstein freaks keep attacking Pam Bondi, who's doing a remarkable job given the terrible circumstances, and they want to make her job more difficult by diverting prosecutors and law enforcement agents to do this stupid Epstein review instead of actually going after crimes they can prosecute.
So what about fraud? What about the Somali fraud? What about, Nick Shirley just dropped a new video about voter fraud in California. Are you hearing from your sources inside the DOJ that we're still able to do those, or are they getting backburnered?
They're absolutely going to get prosecuted. You can't steal billions of dollars. You have Somali pirates stealing billions of dollars and sending it back to their warlords in Somalia to fight Americans and American interests. Of course they're going to get prosecuted. It takes time to gather the evidence and build these cases.
All right. Well, Mike, I'm gonna have to just disagree with you. I think there is some more there with the Epstein stuff. I'm a big believer in the intel agency ties. We had Mike Benz on. It was a great segment. But I think you're also right that the DOJ has what the DOJ has. The FBI has what the FBI has. We have no idea what happened to those files along the way. We have no idea what's been stripped out, what's been destroyed, what's been put in a box. So this has been years in holding, decades. We don't know what we don't have. Final word to you.
Here's the issue. If we didn't, do we really think if Democrats had evidence that Trump was implicated in the Epstein thing, do you think they would have sat on that for 8 years when they made up bullshit charges against Trump for 8 years? The Russian collusion hoax, they brought 4 indictments against him. They tried to bankrupt him for non-fraud, but they held back evidence of Epstein and let him win the election last time. Okay.
No lies detected in the last segment. One swear word detected, but we'll fix that. Thanks, Mike Davis. We'll talk to you soon. The country.
The other point as well, because I think a lot of people, to be fair to the people who are very wrapped around the axle about the Epstein thing, I think many of them have accepted that, yeah, Trump is not personally implicated, but he's covering for people who are. And again, I'll say, at a certain point, you can't talk to me about being a deep critic of democracy, but also wanting to micromanage all these sorts of decisions by the chief executive. At a certain point, you've elected a president, and his job is going to be to determine to what extent is this actually... Heyo! Definitely Goldstein!
Pam Bondi? Lie? On camera? Never, not once. She definitely is not my accomplice. My favorite celebrity could never be on the list. New York financier Jeffrey Epstein. Wanna get some pizza, retard? Extra cheesy with sun-dried tomatoes. Haha, goyim babies.
Sun-dried tomatoes, Greek detected. I guess that's probably an Italian thing as well. Thank you to Deftly Goldstein. Oppa. What I was saying with the president is like at a certain point, like you are ceding these sorts of decisions over to someone else by definition. So to what extent are there actual national security implications? To what extent are there? Because this sort of stuff gets extraordinarily complex. Like, do you have national security vulnerabilities on these sorts of things? That's part of the whole premise behind like a whole blackmail complex. Is that you're potentially going to have national security implications. So there are ways for people to be held responsible for something that don't necessarily come through being publicly perp walked and then sentenced to prison. There are other ways that people can be held responsible for things. And if there were people who were critical to the operations of the administration, you don't think that those would be spread around? Spread far and wide? There's no defending anybody that's happening here. Who are the major implicated characters? Are everyone publicly knows about it already? Les Wexner, Leon Black, Bill Clinton, Alan Dershowitz, all of these guys. They already have the Epstein stink all over them. Should they be prosecuted? Yes, they should. If there's something to prosecute them on. But at a certain point, I'm not going to be able to micromanage the DOJ on something like that. And I'm also not going to expect the entire administration to just shut down and satisfy me with something when they're doing all the other good stuff as well. It is really that simple. Because there's no alternative. There's no alternative of, just get a different administration in there that will prosecute this stuff. This is a non-controllable variable. There's going to be an administration. That administration is going to do good things, or that administration is going to do bad things. It is going to be substantially good, or it's going to be substantially bad. Right now, we've seen what the other options are. The other options involve no prosecution of all of these people, and in fact, those people run the show across the board and actively seek to destroy all of society. So maybe my standards are just really low. I'm happy to have an administration that's not actively trying to destroy society around me, and I'd like that to continue. Trust Plansar says, if we could shift the conversation away from fake FBI tips about eating babies into his financial ties and potential intelligence connections, then we might get somewhere. We have to make it as gay and sensationalist as possible. Yeah. See, there is actually something to that. That's where you might be able to get something substantial. But again, you're probably not going to get that in a criminal direction. It's more going to be about being able to blackmail the blackmailers, which yet again is going to fall under a national security thing that's going to be out of my hands no matter what. Anyways. Shouts to Kingless Kingdom here for tagging me in this. He says, I believe you said exactly this. Here's J.D. Vance talking about Marco Rubio's speech.
Rubio, Secretary of State, was there, gave a speech that had a lot of similar underpinnings to it,
Sure.
but they were applauding, and they thought it was great. So what happened with that? Why is that the outcome?
Well, I heard somebody say that I was the bad cop so that Marco could be a good cop.
Okay.
I mean, he gave a great speech, but he drove home, I think, a very important point that the Europeans have largely forgotten, or at least had largely forgotten over the past year, is that the reason why the president or Marco or me talk about borders, the reason why we talk about them spending more on their own security, the reason that we talk about them more becoming a vibrant economy again, is that we want Europe to thrive and we want Europe to succeed. The problem that we have with Europe is not that we don't like Europe, even though you hear that from the European press. It's not that we don't respect our allies. It's that they are doing a lot of things to sabotage themselves. We would like that to stop. We would like them to be an ally in the true sense of the word.
So true. Is that not exactly what I said? Exactly what I said. We don't hate you. We don't hate you, Europeans. We just want you to be competent. We just want you to be reliable allies. We want to do great and wonderful things together. We want to make Europe great again. But we can't force it on you. You have to choose it yourselves. So fortunately, we have a great man. A gentleman named Donald J. Trump, who has set upon the task of making America great again, to open up the landscape for the Europeans to have something tangible to strive toward, to make themselves great again. You don't have to do it exactly the same way. Rupert Lowe being Donald Trump would not work. Donald Trump being Rupert Lowe would not work. What we're watching emerge is a ratchet. Shout out to Josh Hamm for laying this out in the King Pill Discord earlier today. You guys are missing out on some good stuff if you're not in there. Kingpill.com. Trump does his Trump thing. Seeds mass deportations. Seeds nationalism. Restores the notion of having a national interest and a government acting for the sake of its people. Protecting its people. Building up their infrastructure. Investing in their productive capacity. He virtually single-handedly manifests this onto the political stage through sheer force of willpower. Gets shot in the process. Gets back up. Keeps going. The dude is 80. He could have retired long ago. He could have sailed off in the sunset. Wealthy, wealthy man. No, instead he decided to dedicate the remaining years of his life to this process. And he has now made it possible where Rupert Lowe can establish his own platform directly biting off the main core components of Trump's platform, which instantiates it even further, which then allows J.D. Vance to come in and do it even further. We have formed a right-wing ratchet. Them being different is a feature, not a bug. Rupert Lowe is cleverly drafting in the wake that Donald Trump has created. And the more successful he can be at doing that, the more successful we can be here.
Greek no. Have them ask my attack about Donald almost walking through the trap leaving his nose print on everything as young women were making pizza. He was so focused he walked straight into the door. Dolmatas on pizza are easy euros or cattle, God times.
Listen, I just got finished saying that we love the Euros. That we want the Euros. We want what's good for them. We want them to be happy and prosperous and successful. I guess it is a good Christian characteristic to care for your cattle, right? Americans are the cattle herders. Europeans are the cattle. Oh, no better way to get the Europeans just pissed off to high heaven than talk to them about being cattle being herded by Americans. I'll have more on that here in just a second. But White Papers Policy Institute making another appearance here. This time thanks to Kevin Deanna, V-Dare James K. He says, the main subject of today's identity politics are these competing visions. I think this is a very insightful point. So, Conservative Alternative said our Latino is better than their Latino, comparing Marco Rubio to AOC. And White Papers Policy Institute, the White Papers I mentioned earlier, said, Rubio seems to understand that if America is destroyed by replacement migration, the opportunities it gave him will be gone for all Americans, forever. AOC wants to destroy America because she's a utopian who thinks that something better will just arise from a pile of rubble. And boy, oh boy, is she not the only one. This sounds a lot like a particular bit of rhetoric from one Nicholas J. Fuentes. I can't wait for Republicans to get destroyed in the midterms and then for Trump and his cabinet to get impeached. After totally betraying their own voters on deportations, Iran, H-1Bs, and Epstein files, they deserve to be fired. GOP must be burned down and rebuilt in 2028. Now, I've been around these here internet streets for long enough to recognize when someone is playing the heel, very intentionally. That's obviously what he's doing. But the reason that this is effective is because this sentiment right here is like fucking catnip to the entire anybody who might think of themselves as libertarian or dissident right or post-GOP or however you characterize yourself. This idea right here, GOP must be burned down and rebuilt. This is absolute catnip for political retards. This is the windmill. Tilting after windmills, Don Quixote. This is the windmill for every libertarian-minded person. Oh, when the GOP doesn't do what we want them to, I've got a great idea. Let's teach them a lesson. Let's teach them a lesson by not voting for them. Because when we don't vote for them, then they learn that they need to have better candidates, that they need to do a better job on the policies, that they need to have a better platform. This is the same perspective as AOC. This is the same perspective as any communist. We build through destruction. It's just that the building never actually happens, only the destruction. This is leftist thinking. Resentment encapsulated into a political platform. Anybody who goes down this road loses their mind. Never, ever, ever has this ever worked. Could this ever work? Could anybody who has the faintest understanding of history actually honestly think something like this could work? It never does. They want to lose. The GOP thinks losing is a feature. This is why they are the beautiful losers. And the libertarian-minded folk are very happy to fall over trying to kick this football over and over and over again. Because they don't understand the political system. No matter how much they obsess about it, no matter how much they focus and revolve their entire life around thinking and worrying and stressing and planning and talking and analyzing and critiquing, they don't actually understand how it works. But it's very obvious. If the GOP wants to lose, helping them lose is giving them what they want. If the GOP wants to lose, the way you make them win is by making them win. This is what I mean when I talk about the libertarian. The abstract libertarian. It's the person who is Charlie Brown with this particular football, getting it yoinked away from them over and over and over again, and coming right back. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Please rope-a-dope me with this same exact game again, where I get to feel like I have power because I can withhold my vote. Well, joke's on you, motherfucker. They want you to withhold your vote. They don't want you to vote for them. If you vote for them, they're going to be like the dog that caught the car. Fuck, what do I do now? Imagine Congress trying to obstruct the president with a supermajority of Republicans. They'd try, but they would be having to come up with the most absurd, inane excuses ever. The spotlight would be squarely, directly on them.
Oh, yeah.
Goldstein!
Rebuild Europe and get good pizza for life. The Talmud invented pizza, Italians stole it from Mossad. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked are libertarians. Matt Juice spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned.
Italians stole pizza from Mossad. Hey, don't you go telling secrets outside of class. I'm keeping these things secret for a reason. I don't want people to know about what I'm doing behind the scenes, in the dark of night. Yeah, this is I'm 37 and I have heard this same exact story for probably 2 decades now, at least. Oh, the Republicans have betrayed us. Well, I know what we'll do. We're going to teach them a lesson by not voting them, by not voting for them, and they're going to get wiped out. The best way to win is by losing, is by taking the people that we are the closest to and ensuring that they lose. That's the best way to win. Like this.
Don't vote. Do not vote in the midterms. The Republicans have to lose. They have to lose. They have to crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot be fixed. Fuck them. Fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA. Fuck all this stuff. It can't be fixed. If it could have been fixed, it would have been fixed in 2025, but it wasn't. They made every mistake. Liberation Day, disaster. Doge, disaster. Big Beautiful Bill, disaster. Epstein files, disaster. Iran, disaster. The person.
I gotta give it to him that he has taken the mantra of you can just say things. He has taken that to heart. He has absolutely taken that to heart. You can just say things. I know this. I know that I could come up here and I could just say things. Honestly, if I came up here and just said things, I could just calibrate. I could have a much larger audience because I could calibrate it just so to attract a particular type of psychology if I was going to come and just say things. You can't just say things, and people will just believe it because they don't know any better. The majority of people are retarded. So if you're on a platform, if you have a famous name and you say things, they're just going to believe them because you say them, particularly if you say them over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. You don't have to validate it. You don't have to prove it. This is part of why I think like debates, I don't really have any interest in debate culture. I think there's a place for it. I respect the people who do it and do it well, but it's a form of entertainment. And there's particular people who get benefit from it and more power to them. I've been that way at times in the past. But now it's just like, debates are the real sports ball. That's a, Lord Breezy. That's a spicy meatball.
Personnel, Mike Waltz, disaster. Ratcliffe, disaster. Rubio, disaster. Pam Bondi, disaster. All self-inflicted. Trump personnel, Trump policy, Trump strategy, Trump playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work. Fuck you. Now we don't vote. That's the message. Seriously.
I seem to recall hearing something approximately equal to this about, what is it? It's February, so maybe 16 months ago or so. How'd that work out?
Can't blame anybody else. Bad advice, bad advisors, Biden's economy. Enough already. It didn't work. We're not voting. I'm staying home, and you know what? I hope the Democrats impeach him. I hope the Democrats impeach all of them. I hope they indict everybody. I hope they depose and compel the release of documents, and I hope they find all the criminal behavior, and I hope it destroys the GOP. I hope it creates a crisis for the GOP so severe that they never recover. And then I hope we get a fucking Nazi to run in 28. And I mean that metaphorically. I don't mean that literally. I hope we get a fucking fascist to run in 28 to burn the GOP down as a dark horse and win the presidency as a right-wing radical. That is my hope. That is my playbook.
And then everyone stood up and applauded. There was like a big gap there. You know, it's like the meme where it's like, step 1, do such and such. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit. Step 1, don't vote. Step 2, maybe we got 4 steps here. Step 2, Trump administration is impeached. Step 3, question mark, question mark, question mark. Step 4, Nazi president. Okay. I'm willing to listen. What goes? What are we putting in that question mark there? What happens there? It's like when I had the debate. Remember? You remember? Speaking of debates, do you remember years ago when all the energy was around taking over the Mises Caucus?
Oh, yeah.
What timing?
No time for debate. Never want to have any more uncomfortable politics moments with you. I find it very distasteful. A group of powerful businessmen in New York. Have them arrested. Fed extortion, high bail. Maybe deportation. Make sure Nazis.
Is this slam poetry? What's happening now? Definitely Goldstein is doing a performance in the tips. I'll take it. Yeah, you remember the whole thing about the Mises Caucus? We're gonna take control of the Mises Caucus, and we're gonna take over the LP, and Dave Smith is gonna run for president. And I had a debate with Angela McArdle, and I don't want this to be a slight to Angela, because I've actually got a tremendous amount of respect for her. She squeezed every last little blood out of that stone that you possibly could, and she paid dearly for it. So she put her money where her mouth is, and I got to hand it to her. But I had this debate with her where I was like, okay, so we're going to take over the LP, and then what? Well, Dave Smith's going to run for president. Okay. Then what? We're going to get libertarians elected into different agencies or different Congress or whatever. Okay, cool. Then what? And like, that's where the conversation just kind of died. Toward what end? What do you, how is this different from just like, I've got my action figures here. And, first the Hulk punches He-Man, and then He-Man punches the Hulk, and then the Hulk punches He-Man back, and I throw him up against the wall. Like, how is this any different? Then we elect Hitler. Right. This simple question. And then what? I hope that Trump gets impeached. Okay, and then what? I hope the GOP learns a lesson. Okay, and then what? We elect a Nazi. Right, okay. So your grand strategy here is Trump gets impeached after Republicans lose in the midterms, and what's going to happen from that is Republicans are going to go, "Oh, hold on a second. We were fucking up. We should have just had a Nazi candidate. That's what would have done it all." This is just, and Nick Fuentes is way too smart for this. He's way too smart for this. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's playing the heel. In a month, maybe less than that, Trump's going to do something and he's going to be like, "Fuck yeah, America's back, baby." He does this. He does this over and over and over again. However, part of the reason why he does this, the sinister underbelly of why he does this, is because there are a bunch of fucking retards out there who actually think this way. Fortunately, there's still relatively few, because he's tried this once before and it blew up in his face catastrophically. But this is wholly unproductive. This is slop. This is slop. You want to talk about slop? You want to talk about sloppulism? This is slop. Also, there's this.
I feel like you could replace the entire leadership of America with WASPs, and they still do some of the shitty things we've talked about. Because
I'm not talking about WASPs.
Who would you rather replace them with then?
Nobody. I want America to be destroyed. I feel like Europe will grasp its own destiny if America's gone. That's my whole thesis.
If you want my country to be destroyed, you are an anti-white piece of shit, and I don't want to believe that's true about you.
But I'm not. That you already said that.
I mean, like, That's really all you need to hear. That's all you need to hear. Just full stop. This is slopulism. The people who complain about slopulism, they actually just have contempt for normal, ordinary, good Americans. That's what it is. It's elitism. They've actually got contempt for Americans. That's why they get all like, that's why they shit all over the TPUSA halftime show. That's why they shit on RFK and Kid Rock doing their thing. Because they actually have contempt for normies. They have contempt for Americans. They actually just hate white people. Well, in some cases, yeah, for sure. They like white people in the abstract. They like particular white people who they know. But on net, they actually have contempt for white people. They have contempt for white people's cultures. If they aren't sufficiently snobbish. The NASCAR dude that just wants to like drink a beer and fly a flag and grill a dog. Just wants to take the grill pill. They actually have contempt for that person. They want to see that person destroyed. Because they're spiritually leftist. They're motivated by resentment. If you are motivated by resentment, you are motivated by the spirit of the left. Resentment is leftism. All the way from the father of it. That's always been the characteristic trait of it, is resentment. If you're motivated by resentment, if you're motivated by a desire to destroy, you will always manifest leftism. That's not to say that destroying things is leftist. But are you motivated by a desire to destroy or a desire to build? If you're motivated by a desire to destroy, then you will harbor that resentment. You will cultivate that resentment. And you will inevitably descend into slop. Like these last couple of clips that I played for you. The preeminent slop merchants. Now, this is let me, before I come back to this, let me pull this out over here, because I want to read these first. Big shout out to Kaiser von Lohengram. Powerful Mutual.
Oh, yeah.
Gripers should be shown Republicans, SFO, who may knock on his door and present the terms of the same types of individuals, available, in New York if he decides to return. Goy cattle should be used for us. I work for Mossad. Leftism eats itself.
This is like, it's like like writing notes about what I'm talking about as I talk about it. I don't know what this first part said. Gripers should be shown Republicans ... SFO. What am I missing here? Leftism eats its own ass. Yeah. Who may knock on his door and present the terms, have the same types of individuals available in New York if he decides to return. Goy cattle should be used for us. I work for Mossad. Leftism eats itself. It does kind of sound like a haiku, doesn't it? Thank you. Thank you, Deftly Goldstein. So a big shout out here to Kaiser von Lohengram, a member of the Nathaniel Green Society, the North Carolina OGC chapter. He has a couple of great posts here that I wanted to share. The first one, he's quote tweeting. Now, this original tweet was deleted, so I can't open it. I don't know what this thread was that was happening. But the likely New Mexican-American GOP candidate for Congress. Thanks, GOP. This is from the American Southwest, this account. He deleted the tweet later on. It's Star Wars name, conservative mother, business owner, leader, and American. So this is our likely New Mexican-American GOP candidate for Congress. And he says things like this happen because we don't have people entering the GOP to control the primary systems and to control who gets selected by the party, who gets the endorsements, and who gets the platform. The GOP is not this nebulous entity with its own will and that just makes these happen with no input or control. Every action, every decision that happens, every person that goes forward is because there are men in positions who make choices. You can lament this, you can despise this, and you should. But the only way to change this is to actually put yourself forward. Take over positions within the GOP and make this stop happening. To actually engage with the system as it exists. To play the game that is presented to you. When I talk about the libertarian mind, it's the mind that is incapable of processing this rationale. That constantly abstracts away, like for actual libertarians. Magoo! Look at my president!
Life is pretty awesome. You can just enjoy things. I hope this immortalizes the right people.
Yes! You can just enjoy things. You can just believe things. You can just have a good day. You can just have a good life. You can just be happy. All of this is directly at your fingertips. Thank you, Magoo. Magoo is a patriot. For the actual libertarians, Pete Quinones coined this term, living in Ancapistan in your head. It's like living in based world in your head, or living in, 1930s Germany in your head, or something. It's living in an alternate reality where you somehow think there's some sort of third option. That if the GOP sucks, then we just replace the GOP or something. Oh, we just burn everything down, then they'll learn their lesson. If we just destroy our whole society, then the leaders of the society will be like, oh man, we made bad decisions that led us to destroying our whole society. We better make good decisions from now on. Well, you don't have a society anymore. The GOP's not going anywhere. The only question is, what is going to be the constituency of the GOP? The constituency of the GOP will depend upon the decision makers within the GOP. So if you see decisions like this being made in the GOP, you should take that as a personal affront to your own honor. As in, you let this happen. You allowed this. You are responsible for the fact that the GOP is full of a bunch of cucks. Because you've been wasting your time instead of getting together with your bros and actually infiltrating the GOP. Actually using the GOP. You want to focus on local things? Great. Get involved in your local GOP. You don't do this by just castigating the GOP and calling for its destruction. These are not the same thing at all. You got a big revealed preference issue here. Get together with the boys and scheming just happens, as Doyle says. Yes, that's right. Get together with your boys and scheme about how you can take over the GOP, at least in your local domain, so that this sort of thing doesn't happen. That's the only solution. There is no alternative. Apart from actively cheering for the destruction of your society.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Seen this Nadaya Perek running in New Mexico. Didi they call her. Nigerian immigrant kid turned pharmacist boss. On some compounding olive tree out noter to get, but keep an eye. These outsider candidates either crash fast or get useful, definitely.
Yes. See, here's the funny thing is that it's not completely outside the realm of possibility that she wins this election precisely because she's a black woman. And all of the squish libs in New Mexico are like, oh, look at the enlightened GOP black woman. She's a business owner. She's a mother. She's a leader. She's an American. We're going to vote for her because she's black and it makes me feel good. As a white person who's been told my entire life that I'm evil for loving the fact that I'm white. Well, I'm going to atone a little bit and I'm going to vote for the black woman. And if that black woman becomes a rubber stamp for Donald Trump's agenda, I would rather have her than fucking Thomas Massey. Someone who's not going to do anything constructive for his constituents. Who's just going to try to obstruct the president's agenda, his economic agenda, his immigration agenda. I would rather have the token black woman who just rubber stamps things. Now, is she going to be that? I don't know. First time I've ever heard of her. You must play the game that is presented to you. To remove yourself entirely from it, to decide to exit, to decide to not play, is to concede total control to those you dislike and to get more that you dislike. It's to lose, to hang your head in shame and decide it's over. The only way to change something is to interact with it. Retreatism has been the love of the right for so long, and it's done absolutely nothing for us. That's what Nick Fuentes is talking about. Nick Fuentes is advocating retreatism. Now again, he's doing a bit. You don't have to take Nick Fuentes seriously. But he's one of the loudest voices that's talking this way. And this is a popular way to talk among the broader right wing because so much of it has been libertarian influenced. People just default back to this programming. That the way that we win is actually by retreating. If the game's not going to be played on the rules we want, then we're just going to retreat and not play the game. This becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that ensures that you are constantly on the outside, constantly being looked over, constantly being cast aside. Retreatism has been the love of the right for so long, and it's done absolutely nothing for us. No one ever won anything. No great man in history has ever done anything at all by refusing to play the cards he was dealt with and use the situation and the opportunity presented to them. The only way to win is to play. And then he has another one here. First of all, he's quote tweeting Paul Fahrenheit, another absolute patriot. Paul Fahrenheit says, the Biden admin discharged me from the army over the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. I am once again serving my country and have regained all I have lost thanks to the Trump admin.
Oh, yeah.
Funny, isn't it? Another climbing the ladder thinking rules apply the same. She talks American dream big, but how quick she bends when the real money shows up. Her pharmacy does custom stuff weight loss. Bet she knows a few doctors with easy script stuffly.
Yeah, no kidding. Isn't that fascinating? See, perhaps that's an avenue there. If this woman is involved in Medicaid scams or something like that, well then it's pretty fucking pathetic if a bunch of New Mexico patriots can't get together and put up a candidate to run against her. If you're getting outmaneuvered by the African woman running Medicaid scams, which again, I'm not saying she is, but hypothetically speaking, if you're running against the African woman running Medicaid scams, and you're losing, that's a you problem, bro. But she got funding. That's a you problem, bro. What's this about, like, the Faustian spirit? The greatness of the white man. Nothing can stand in the way of a powerful white man who's put his mind to his business. All right, go out and prove it to me. Paul Fahrenheit is a powerful white man. He was discharged by the Biden admin, but he's once again serving his country, and he says, I've regained all I have lost thanks to the Trump admin. But I fully recognize the crisis we inhabit and what the online right must do to endure it. The presidential administration matters. It matters to Paul. The last administration discharged him over the vaccine mandate. Now he's once again serving his country because of this administration. Kaiser von Lohengram again. He says, part of my fealty towards the Trump regime is I was not discharged from the Biden regime. I endured it. I entered under Trump. I saw just how quickly things changed when Biden took over. Not long after J6 and Biden taking over, I was subjected to anti-white struggle sessions. They brought us all into this massive room. They had lists of organizations one was barred from joining, nearly all of them as white supremacist, which they told us was the greatest threat to our regime. When I arrived at my unit, the general who talked to those of us coming into the division gave a speech about diversity being our greatest strength. I saw the vaccine be pushed and saw struggle sessions of it. I survived by presenting a card which said I took the vaccine. Those who didn't were threatened with life-ruining consequences of their discharges. I watched as my heritage of Southern soldiery was denigrated as evil and likened to Nazism, our base names removed. I was told that there were broadening assignments within the Army denied to me for being white. I sat overseas doing a dog and pony show deployment to ostensibly protect a country I could care less about's borders, while I think he didn't finish the sentence here. Presumably, he's protecting a country he could care less about. He's protected their borders while ours are thrown open. I was given paperwork on transgender acceptance that said that women who complained about being assigned a roommate that was a man claiming to be a woman would be the ones at fault. My grievance list can continue, but I ultimately got out. But I've been able to see through my contacts and ties still in absolutely drastic change. Hegseth has done phenomenal work in reversing all of this and restoring America. And the fruit of that, the world saw, was us being able to take out a communist Hispanic dictator with total impunity. We have restored the military to its former glory. Who occupies the federal government matters, and it affects many. And because of that, I'm going to pay respects to the man who ultimately made that happen. Once again.
Oh, yeah.
Subject: serving in the military. Who listen all these guys talking about duty, honor, serving the country. Boots on ground, dying for flags. Funny thing. The ones who actually go get chewed up, spit out, broken. Medals, pensions, PTSD, whatever. Pentagon, get back.
I didn't understand any of that. Serving in the military, what did that... Huh? Serving in the military, huh? Listen, all these guys talking about duty, honor, serving the country, boots on ground, dying for flags. Funny thing, the ones who actually go get chewed up, spit out, broken. Medals, pensions, PTSD, whatever. Pentagon, get back? Yeah. Yeah, what he said. Who occupies the federal government matters. It actually matters. It doesn't matter how wrapped around the axle you get about this issue or that issue. This is why I started off earlier on in the episode. I said, I believe that we can all agree. You could go down a whole laundry list of things, and you could say, let's have a turning point. Midterms. Republicans hold or gain versus Republicans lose. Rundown. Immigration. Economy. Lawfare. Go through the whole long list of things. What gets better for us? What gets worse for us? It's very clear.
If some kid wants to serve, fine. Cannon fodder keeps the game going. Me, I'd rather fund the game. Watch from above. Dog that barks loudest usually gets put down first. Thought you hear anything new on those Pentagon connections? Tell me. Jeffrey, I mean deftly.
I don't know if you're copy pasting from something else or if you're just stream of consciousness writing this out. But dog that barks loudest usually gets put down first. You hear anything on those Pentagon connections? Tell me, Jeffrey, I mean deftly. I don't understand the bit. You lunatic leaf. What was I saying? Oh, it's Epstein-style emails. Okay. Yeah. Illiterate bastard. Yeah. Who occupies the federal government matters. If I want things to be better for me, my family, and my guys. It's very clear to me that the best path forward is more Trump administration. Will there be imperfections? Will there be downsides? Will there be shortfalls? Yes, of course, obviously. But this is really a binary thing. There's Trump administration persists and has a at least less obstructionary Congress, and there's Trump administration does not exist, or Trump administration is hamstrung by Congress. One of these tangibly makes our lives worse. One of them tangibly makes our lives better. It's that simple. You can argue and debate around the margins all you want, but we should all be able to agree to a man wholeheartedly that our lives will be better with more Trump administration. That simple. So then anything that potentially threatens more Trump administration is now threatening more things better for our guys. That's a problem. You don't have to complexify this with all this, but if then, and if that, and if, but if what, and if, no. I want things to be better for our guys. I want that trajectory to continue. I don't expect things to be better overnight. Things are never better overnight. But things can get better over one night, and then the next night, and then the next night, and then the next night. It's that simple. Like, I almost feel silly talking about this, saying, like, repeating myself so much. Because it seems so obvious to me. Yeah, Zoomer Dylan, Trump is better than the alternative. Simple, really. Yes. Yes, it's that simple. Could he be better? Yes. Do we get better him by getting less him? No. If you want more deportations, you want to get through the midterms with a larger majority. Then you get more deportations. You want better economy? Let's get some consistency here. Let's get some continuity. Let's actually see the implication of the implementation of this American system of political economy continue, rather than getting waylaid. Every single one of these problems can be solved with time and continuity. And the more we get that, the more we can go for more.
20 years of Trump. Imagine that. From the Mar-a-Lago reject to King of the Hill again. First for then back for more. Chaos serif swallows dementia whispers still going strong at 80 whatever. Dad, he always thought he was the smartest guy in room.
He is. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. He doesn't just think that. My president is the smartest guy in any room that he ever enters. It's not even a question. I'm just going to keep playing that. I don't care who it pisses off. Okay, and the very last thing here. So the rug merchant here quote tweets a Paul Fahrenheit thread. I'm going to read Paul's thread here, but he says, "Why do people always try to both sides this? As if the side covering up for pedos, waving a foreign flag and making excuses have a single thing to offer. It's not even a debate. Patrick Casey is completely compromised and an enemy."
Yeah. But look. Same old tricks, bigger stage. Friends turn enemies, enemies friends. Everyone's scared or paid off. I told you years ago he was nuts. Borderline insane. Evil beyond belief. Now the whole country sees it. Or pretends not to. He reaches 20, I'd be dead.
Is this an actual Epstein email? Is that an actual copy and paste of an actual Epstein email? No, okay. It sounds like one. I don't even know here what waving a foreign flag refers to. Is this the American flag? Is it like it's foreign because he's not American? I don't understand what waving a foreign flag means. It's supposed to be the Israel flag? Israel. Oh yeah. Oh yes. I've seen so many Israel flags waved by Patrick Casey.
I've got bad news for you. You're Jewish.
So Paul Fahrenheit says, after last night's exchange, I'm going to speak my mind. There is a pole shift on the right. Pat Casey, Martin, and Mystery Grove are on one side of the pole shift. Pete Q, Stormy Waters, Thomas 777, and others are on the other side of the pole shift. This has had disastrous consequences. These two poles have been algo-trapped alongside their various supporters. Twitter rewards sloganeering more than substance. The search for novelty and the churn of takes exacerbates this divide, especially once you add the reality of Twitter payouts. Unsurprisingly, both sides have developed slurs meant to terminate higher reasoning and label the other side as enemy. Troon, Trucer, Panikin, K-Slave, Kike-Slave, Goy-Slave, The Raped, Goy Cattle. Funnily, one side calls the other Jews, and the other starts ironically adopting it. To this here, I'll say that I don't necessarily know that these emerged specifically between these two factions with respect to each other, though obviously there's been some element of that being used. I know that I started calling myself a trucer just because it's funny, and I've heard troon all over the place. And what's his name? John Doyle has the trooning out meme, which is very funny. And then the rest of this is like, if you're just gonna keep calling me a Jew, then yeah, I'm just gonna adopt it. Just the same way that we're like, you're a Nazi. Yeah, okay, sure. Yes, I am a mid-century German. Sure, that's right. The aesthetics are cool. I love Uncle Hitler.
Adolf Hitler, if you can hear me, please save us. Adolf Hitler, if you can hear me, please save us.
But if you, and I'm not attributing this to Paul here, but like if you if you see that and you go, oh, see, you actually are. See, you're embracing it. That proves how Jewish you are. All right, lib. Why does this matter? Well, the online right has been functionally deactivated. We're in narrative civil war entirely around whether the Trump admin's perceived or real support for Israel matters or not. I believe this has been at least exacerbated by bad actors, definitely. And I know some will say that it's a good thing if the online right is deactivated.
Hey, picked up on this Friedrich List book. National System of Political Economy. Old German guy from 1800s. Hates Smith's free trade crap. Says nations need walls, tariffs, protection to grow industries. Let the weak ones catch up before open borders.
Friedrich List mentioned. I like that Friedrich List guy. Imagine that. Imagine we have a Trump administration. A Trump administration that is explicitly referencing Friedrich List and going about pursuing the Friedrich List vision for the American system of political economy in broad strokes. This is an unfathomable level of winning that I couldn't have imagined. If Jeffrey Epstein is a fan of Friedrich List, then Jeffrey Epstein is a friend of mine. How's that for just leaning into it? So I know some people will say that it's a good thing that the online right gets functionally deactivated. Someone's going to clip that, right? It's a good thing that the online right gets deactivated. And I think that if the online right is just going to become a cacophony of uselessness, then yeah, it's definitely a good thing.
Sounds smart on paper. Protect your factory's babies till they strong. Then maybe compete. But look who wins anyway. The ones already on top. Britain preached free trade after they stole the lead with their own protections. America did the same tariffs.
Yes, that's right. We will win because we're already on top. So true. You know what happens to the people on top? The people on top win. I think if the online right is going to act retarded, then yes, it's a good thing that if it gets functionally deactivated. But I don't think that that's a good thing on net. I think there's a great opportunity that a unified, productive, focused online right could be a great force for good. I think we've seen the effects of this in the past. There's been times where everyone's united around something and driven the narrative forward. And I've laid this out many, many times about how I believe an effective administration needs propaganda. It needs dedicated media outlets that are constantly, as John Doyle said about Charlie Kirk, constantly telling you why everything that the president does is good, why you're going to benefit from it, and why you want more of it. There is no controverting that. Every good thing that the president has done, we want more of that. Right now, we have no alternative to getting that outside of the president. So yes, I want more of it. Give me more of the good stuff. That means I need more of the president. That means I need less Congress.
Oh, yeah.
Hamilton list fans. Now China copies it. Funny cycle. But really, it's all levers. Governments pick winners, losers. Elites fund the system. Tariffs just another way to skim. Control the flows. I like the idea of nations fighting smart, not naive global harmony.
I agree. Very good point. It means we are $121 away now from some lucky person who has filled out the form at form.kingpill.com, getting a gift card for at least $40. So do we have another $121 in the hopper tonight? So yes, I think if the online right is going to go full retard, then yes, the online right should be deactivated and stay deactivated. It has served its purpose. But I still hold out hope. I hold out hope that we can once again unite as brothers and wield power together. Paul continues, what are the accusations? For the Patriots side, the other side are monomaniacally obsessed with Jews, have no plan or positive vision, and are brown. For the hardliners, the other side are being co-opted by conservative media with accompanying narrative shift and are Jewish. The accusations come from their fears. The Patriots fear that the hardliners will become leftist/open borders to defeat Zionism. The hardliners fear that the Patriots have taken the Bill Buckley deal and that they're going to be betrayed like Buchanan after Reagan. Both fears are unfounded. The Patriots believe that America needs to focus on the priority problem of leftism and immigration. The hardliners agree, but want to ensure the source of leftism and immigration is also removed. It's my hope they realize that and reconcile. And I could not agree more. Because I think fundamentally it doesn't suit any of our purposes, assuming good faith.
The powerful right rules. Bend them. Dog that doesn't bark is the real protection racket. You read it. Tell me if Terry's anything useful for today. Tariffs coming back big maybe. Could be angles. Hopper mentioned, helicopters will be good lever. Deftly.
I like how it keeps turning these into links. Racket.u. The real protection racket.u. Read it just turned into a link. Racket.u. Patriot Fahrenheit. That's right. That's right. Ultimately, it's pretty clear that both of these sides, as he lays them out, both of these sides do ultimately want the same outcomes. There's a difference in strategy here. I do think that it's wrong-headed to suggest that the immigration thing is strictly an Israel thing. I think you could have complete disassociation of Israel. Israel could become total persona non grata. Jews could be widely viewed with suspicion. And the problem of open borders and forced mass migration would persist. But if we are to actually resolve the Israel issues, it's going to take time. It will necessarily have to. And there's all sorts of indicators pointing at us going on that trajectory now. That doesn't mean that we can't get substantial wins in the process. We already are. We can walk and chew gum. It's no longer novel to be like hip to the JQ. Everyone knows about the JQ. Sufficient number of people know about the JQ. But this isn't a problem that that is most prudently solved by attacking it directly on its head while you still need to win elections and balance all of these other things at the same time. If you expected the Trump administration to to finally solve the problem of the JQ. And if he hasn't done that, then we just need to throw everything out. Then you weren't in the game to begin with. The most urgent matters are, number one, getting people out of the country. Mass deportations. Maximal numbers. At the most sustainable rate possible. They're buying all these big deportation centers. Everything is full go. We're going to keep deporting people. We're going to be deporting people for years. That's going to continue. Number two, the economy. Getting people jobs, getting people houses. Attacking the issue of the JQ does not make those things happen. Obviously, there's an association there. But that is not the path of least resistance. There's not actually a solution that's there. You still have to do the things necessary to actually get the jobs, to actually get the people in the homes, to economically stabilize the nation. Reindustrialization, immigration, and reindustrialization. These are the biggest top priorities. And if those priorities are successfully pursued and implemented by the administration, that enhances our capacity to begin addressing some of these other issues. Many people have said this for a long time. This is my last thoughts here, and I'm gonna wrap up. Many people have said this for a long time, that Donald Trump was never the solution. Donald Trump was buying us time to build the solutions, the final solutions, one might say. Donald Trump was buying us time for that. He continues to do that. We're also getting big wins in the process. If we want more time, which obviously we need more time, then we need more Donald Trump. We need someone who will continue the Trump trajectory after Donald Trump, buying us more time. We need as much time as we possibly can get. We are so far behind the eight ball. To our great shame and discredit. Thank you, Hontavious McGee. We need as much time as we can possibly get. Trying to pull the ripcord now just ensures that those things never actually get resolved. And a major component toward ensuring we get as much time as possible is cultivating high spirits. Projecting a message of hope and optimism. Encouraging people to capitalize on these opportunities. The more people who capitalize on these opportunities, the more the opportunities will beget more opportunities. Ideally, we want as many people as possible effectively checking out of the whole political day-to-day and investing themselves in bettering their own persons and their families. Building homes, making memories, making babies. And for a select few, it needs to be actually getting into positions of power, actually taking over institutions.
Paul Fahrenheit is dumb and he is wrong. /Paul/will be good forever. Reddit going good G? Easy time with splitting the goys to control them. Final solutions to the dog issue coming in fast. We need more senators to push Nazi victory. Good for Jews.
Yes, please give me more senators to push Nazi victory. But I've surveyed the field, and right now, senators who will push Nazi victory are in extreme short supply. So we need time to build up the bench. We need the president running cover for us so we could build up the bench of senators who will push for Nazi victory. We need as much of that time as we can possibly get. And so for that select few who are focused on actually getting into positions of power, actually taking over institutions, those guys should be the quietest. Thank you, Nematoder. You shouldn't know what those guys are doing. As the legendary philosopher and master of language, Lil Wayne said, real G's move in silence like lasagna. Those guys need to be the ones flying under the radar. You ought to be a complete normie. Who was it? Was it Raymond Harmon the other day who said, talk like John Thune, vote like Thomas 777? Yes. Talk like John Thune, vote like Thomas 777. Campaign to the center, govern to the right. This would apply, thank you, Octavius, this would apply to public commentary as well. Serious public commentary. You commentate toward the middle, you govern toward the right. None of these problems are going to be solved anytime soon. We got to be tucked in for the long haul on all of it. And so if you are tucked in for the long haul, determined that our country will be restored to its greatness, then you know that these things do not need to be solved now, immediately, or abandon all hope. Oh man, okay, so there's some tips here that were not coming through. Man, that's annoying. It was working before. Let's see here. So we've got hold on. Let me let me scroll through this entire wall of $3 tips here. And there's another one.
The more government hogs will muddy the pin enough for local networks to develop. We should try to get Massey to pizza his wife. Nice oven and good stuffing, eating at the trough forever. Stop the goys from sloughing through international Jewish power.
Thank you, Nematoder. So here's this one. We got a 1488 came in from Magoo. For whatever reason, it didn't play, but so here's the alert. Come on, there it is.
Please redeem.
Okay, so what he actually said was the Doomers are in a way exhibiting. Hey, there it is. 2 for the price of 1.
The Doomers are in a way exhibiting the fact they don't believe we are in an existential conflict. Because no one dooms in a foxhole. For if they do, they're already dead.
That's a really, really good point. Thank you for reminding me about that. Because if you actually believe that we are in an existential state, then you're not going to waste time on a lot of these sorts of things. These are like peacetime debates to have. If you are actually in a foxhole, you don't have time to doom because you just got to keep yourself alive. So thank you to Magoo for the 1488. And then here's this one.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
This was from Jay Ford, the absolute patriot. One of the greatest among us. Good friend Jay Ford. Thank you for the $50, sir. So that $50 is not added to the tip goal because it didn't come through automatically. So we're actually at $352.52. Or sorry, $353.52. Which means we are under $50 toward the actual goal. So I am going to just kind of vamp here and give anyone the opportunity to get us over the hump so that we could do a drawing tonight and get someone a little bit of moolah. Let me see here. Let me double check. Let me double check the Cash App and Venmo. I haven't seen anybody mention anything about it, but just in case, nothing on Cash App, nothing on Venmo. Just FYI, you guys can hit either the tips link or the Cash App or the Venmo. You can do them anytime. And I always check before I go live to make sure that something hasn't come in. If it does, then I'll add it to the day's total so you guys start off ahead. I guess one other thing I wanted to say is this is a little awkward for me when all of this was kicking off earlier today because I really like and respect all of these guys. Especially Pete. Pete Quinones, he is one of our greatest patriots, one of the greatest guys I've ever known. I owe Pete deeply for many things. He is a very, very good man. I love Pete. So I am never going to openly counter signal or try to beef with the OGC guys because I like and respect them all, even when we disagree about stuff. But then you've also got the Patrick Casey, Martin, Mystery Grove, John Doyle, Surf. You've got like that side of things. And I really like those guys as well. I'm well aware. I know all the lore about all of them. You're not going to introduce anything to me that I don't know about already. I enjoy them. I enjoy their commentary. I like the angle that they take on stuff. I just like them. One of the biggest reasons why I like them is because they have fun. They're just fun. Sometimes the bros just want to get together and just have fun. Just do memes, just be absurd, be ridiculous. This is one of the great things. Like, this is what it reminds me of what right-wing Twitter was like a few years back. Just getting on and just like posting memes and making jokes and being absurd and ridiculous and performative and all of that. I just like having fun. I think John Doyle is extraordinarily entertaining. One of the most gifted rhetoricians. He's really good at the words. He talks real good. And I've listened to virtually everything that he's put out over the last couple of years and have agreed with, virtually all of it, and in particular, the way that he's delivered it. The Doyum, rise up!
Hey, thinking I may be Goldstein, the powerful men in New York think our operations are not working as planned. Giving Nazis a hand on the interwebs, great word G, made them cybernetic. Trump is violent evil and was supposed to die for Pence.
Yeah! Cybernetic Nazis!
White man is back, baby!
Love my cybernetic
White
Nazis!
man is back!
Slosher!
There you go.
Slosher! 6446. I've lost track now of where we're at, but that definitely has pushed us over. Slosher, you were a patriot. Thank you, sir. I'm going to have to total up the actual final score here. So it's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of $420. Somewhere in that vicinity. So we're over the goal. That means someone is going to win a gift card tonight. Before I get to that though, what was I saying? Cybernetic Nazis. Yeah, cybernetic Nazis. And I do think that this whole the Bannon thing, there's a lot more to excavate from that. There's going to be some really good stuff that does come out, because not everything is bad. I think the whole Epstein thing has been just a total debacle. But some good stuff definitely has come out of it. And one thing that's going to be fascinating to watch is the narrative with Bannon, because it sure looks like Bannon was, there's some of the texts that have come out that it looked like Bannon was scheming with Epstein about getting rid of Trump. And even in some cases, there was like a reference to like when it happens, like Nikki Haley getting in there and then like Pence getting impeached or him being, when it happens, him getting killed, what is the it? But it definitely seems like Bannon was openly scheming with Epstein toward these ends. And I haven't completely written off the idea that he's running some kind of sting operation or something. This is one of those that I'm just not going to know. This is why I elect a president. I elect a president to know these things and to take care of these things. So my little brain doesn't have to try to solve it all myself. If Trump thinks that if either Bannon was doing something deep undercover, which I really highly doubt, but if he was, or if he wasn't, but Trump's got him by the short hairs now, and he can extract concessions out of him, then, Mr. President, you take control. You are the president for a reason. If you feel like like squeezing extractions out of that fat boy is the best way to handle this, then you've got my my vote for whatever that's worth. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap this up here because my voice is starting to go, and it is late. But let me just double check here. Okay, so we're gonna be. I'll total this all up afterwards, and confirm with whomever the lucky one is about what the total is going to be. Do I have this tab open already? No, I don't. So let me open this, go to the form. Got to sign in to the other account, and go here. Look at the responses. Open in Sheets. Bear with me for just a second here, because I'm going to make sure that the contact info field is hidden. Not trying to dox anyone here. Let me add these. So we are now up. Oh, another one!
That's Slasher Deuce. He eats ass and tries to mog me by adding my total tips in one tip. He doesn't have anything interesting to say, just like Bennett. Total CIA asset. I don't think we know who holds his leash. Slasher is a Chloe. I made that one.
Slosher, you hear that? We're getting some leaf on leaf crime here. He says you're a Chloe. A Chloe for which which country? Is he a Canadian Chloe? The European Intelligence Agency. Thank you, Deftly Goldstein. Appreciate you. So let me share my screen here. We have 17 entrants now. And by the way, Ben Shapiro on 2X, if you're listening right now, I did get your email. I saw it earlier this afternoon. I'm going to get that sent over to you here after the show is done. So let's pick another winner. We're going to do Rand Between. And we're going to go 1 and 17, which gives us 4. Ben Shapiro on 2X. He's won it again. Look at that. Twice now. Ben Shapiro on 2X is making out. I don't even think he's here tonight. I haven't seen him in the chat. But congratulations to Ben Shapiro on Jewing the competition. It's Ben Shapiro on 2X. So 2X winning the random drawing twice. So, incredible news, gang. Okay, so apologies to the rest of you. Shout out to Ben Shapiro on 2X. I will be he's clipping the prices. I'll be sending that over to him here after I finish up. To any of the rest of you, if you want to reduce the odds that Ben Shapiro on 2X gets this again, then go sign up at forum.kingpill.com, and you too may win. So it'll be what it's going to be is a gift card, digital gift card in the amount of 10%, whatever the total was. Once I go through and add it, I can't remember how many messages didn't come through, so I'm gonna have to go do the work on this and figure that out. But it should be in the vicinity of $50 added on there, $435, say $44, something like that. Something in the vicinity of $44 headed over to Ben Shapiro on 2X plus the amount that he got last time. The last time he won on Saturday. Congratulations to you, my friend. Yeah. Where is it? Right here. Oh, wait. Sorry, that doesn't... soundboard doesn't work.
Every single time.
There we go. All right. Well, that's all I've got for you guys tonight. Where do we wind up? Coming up on the 4-hour mark. Thank you for tuning in, for listening to the Astrolabe. There will not be a Labe tomorrow. there is the possibility that there might. Make sure you follow me on X at Real King Pilled and like turn notifications on or something, or go follow the King Pilled Telegram, because there's the possibility that there might be a little something that I'll direct you to watch in the late afternoon, early evening. Possibly, don't know for sure, but if it is going to happen, you will get an alert if you're in the King Pilled Discord, or you're following the King Pilled Telegram, or you're following me on X at King Pilled, kingpilled.com for the Discord. And then there will be a voice chat in the evening tomorrow in the King Pilled Discord. Thank you to everyone for your prayers for Eastwood. He has turned a corner today. He was just very cranky all day, but obviously energy starting to pick up a little bit. Stopped throwing up anytime that he ate or drank anything other than water. So he's feeling a little bit better. Appreciate your prayers for that. Please pray to make sure that I do not get sick. Pray that Amy does not get sick. And I will be back on Thursday for another episode of the Astrolabe. For those of you in the King Pill Discord, I will talk to you, the voice chat tomorrow. For the rest of you, I will catch you on Thursday. For now, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough, and I said,